Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side manage shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler in cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right. Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing? Oh man. Yeah. Y'all gotta bear with me, man. I got a little cold. I think I caught a cold yesterday. I took my wife to lunch. Not lunch, breakfast yesterday morning, and it was a little chilly out there, so we didn't take the baby. But she wanted to go. I wanted us all to go together on another day, but my wife was pretty insistent on she wanted to go. So I said, okay, I'll go. And ended up catching a little cold. So I took some cold medicine. She woke me up, told me to take some cold medicine this morning. So I was coughing, so I took it. So now I'm dragging a little bit, dragging a little bit. Matter of fact, I was supposed to me and some other martial artists. We work out on Sunday mornings, man, before I come in. And I couldn't even go do that, man. Brother said, you know what, you sound bad, man. Just he said, man, don't even come, because I was calling, telling him I was gonna be late. He said, no, don't even come, man. He said, man, just stay, get you some sleep and try to work it out. So that's what I'm gonna do today, man. Maybe I eat some soup, man. I'm not even hungry. Usually I'm hungry right around now, but anyway, y'all, we gonna push on, man. It's Black History Month, and some things more important than sickness in our individual situations, man. So I said, man, and you know who inspired me? Shout out to Patrice, man. Patrice said it's Black History Month. She said, Clarence, you got to hit them hard this month, man. It's Black History Month. So that's what we gonna do, man. We're gonna hit y'all hard with some information, man, and hopefully with a lot of solutions. We don't, one thing about us here at Let's Talk to Better Black Life, me and the family here, man, we try to we're gonna point out the problem, yeah, definitely, but we try to give you a solution, man. We don't try to just complain and tell you, oh man, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. If we come in with some bad, guaranteed, we come in with some good as well. But anyway, all right, let's first thing we want to do, man, is take care of Brother Eric. Shout out to Brother Eric letting us use his music, man. Good dude, man. Go over to check him out. Check his page out. 16 in Life, the YouTube page, man. Go check the brother out. Good brother, man. Good brother. Good heart. Good dude, man. Go check him out. All right, man. That's Brother Eric, man. Pull him down. Let me let y'all see what y'all working with here. I mean, man, Brother Clarence is man. But yeah, I got the heat blasting in here, so I'm good, man. I'm in here by myself, so I don't have to worry about other people, impacting other people. Shout out to Arshawn. I don't have to worry about impacting other people with my heater blasting, man. I'm a heat blasting dude, man. My wife is a more of a, no heat, freezing type of person. So we sometimes we battling over the heater, but here I can just blast it. But anyway, man, good morning, everybody, man. Good morning. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Oh man, good Sunday morning. You know what I mean? Some of us, are we thanking God that we got up this morning? Are we thankful? You know what I mean? Are we saying, hey God, thank you. Thank you for letting me be alive this morning, man. Some people ain't alive, man. A friend of mine called me and told me her mom's husband, which there was a point of contention between them, how he was just treating the mom so bad, man, and they couldn't do nothing with it because the mother was kind of enabling the situation, right? Because she loved this man so much, and they was threatening to, do harm to the old man, right? I mean, these people was like in their 80s and 90s, right? And he was just out of his mind. He was off the hook with it, man, and he was just treating the mom real bad. So they couldn't leave him alone with her, man. So they always had to have somebody over there checking on her because he was just treating the mom. And the mom was older. Mom is older. And she, you know, you know, him left alone, she wouldn't eat like she's supposed to. She wouldn't get water, hydration like she's supposed to. Because he just was so mean of a person, man. He had gotten so mean and spiteful, man. He just wouldn't do it. You know what I mean? He just wouldn't feed her, wouldn't nothing. And what he really wanted was, um, her house and some of the other assets she had before she met him. She had these assets, but of course, in her death, he would have got those assets, right? So he was just really just a mean dude, man. But he passed away last week, man. He passed away. So although one problem is solved, nobody wanted him to pass away. What they really wanted was him to just chill out. But now he's gone, man. So just like that, boom, he was working to make her life difficult, and poof, he's gone. So we never know how God's gonna work things out, man. So let's just be good people, man, or strive to be good people, man. Let's strive. Hard to be really good person in a real wicked society like we live in, man. But hey, We gotta we that doesn't absolve us from trying, right? That don't mean just because the society is wicked, we gotta just succumb to that, right? Jesus told us that be of the world, not in it, right? So we can still, maneuver through this situation, but at the same time, hold our religion, man, keep our faith, keep our, keep the values that we have. That's right, because this world's got values, man, that tells you you ain't nobody if you ain't got a whole bunch of money, you ain't got a, big fancy car in the driveway, you ain't got a big fancy house, so on and so forth, right? If you can't create envy and jealousy for your lifestyle, then you not nobody, right? You ain't getting likes and views and clicks and subscribers or whatever the hell else you can get out there. You ain't nobody. You ain't nobody, Clarence. I know. I got sense enough to know I'm not nobody. That's why I reside in the bosom of the Lord of the universe. That's where everybody's somebody, right? So I reside there. I don't expect a wicked world to acknowledge me and say, "Hey, Clarence, what a great guy you are." That they're not gonna do that, right? A wicked world is going to come to get me, man. At some point, man. Especially if I start having some success training these young men how to be men, they're gonna come for me, right? Question is, are y'all gonna stay with me? Y'all that know the truth, man, because they're gonna put a bunch of stuff out there about me, man. But are y'all gonna stay with me? Right. All right, man. So here we are, brothers and sisters. Excuse me. Here we are. Beautiful Sunday morning. For the awake and thinking Black person, man. So all people, all people, but especially us who have so many opportunities denied to us. You can't say anything's denied to you today, man. If something's denied to you, it's probably something you shouldn't be having anyway. But you got the opportunity to go educate yourself. You got the opportunity to go eat the right foods, or better foods. You got the right to live a certain lifestyle, whatever, right? It's up to you. Just got to be educated on how to do that stuff. So I think we can educate a lot of the young men on how to do that. But let's get moving, man. Okay. We got a lot to get to today, y'all. We got a lot to get to today. Man, is the Queen Maker right? First of all, is the Queen Maker right? Is Princella right? Right? Y'all know, man. I don't have no personal issue with Princella. I don't even, I don't never really talk about her personal life, even though she contradicts so much. She's her life contradicts her message at so many locations, right? Right? Being a married woman, right, with a male husband, right, that she is not divorced yet, but at the same time telling everybody men are bad, men are this, men are that, right? Well, why don't you just divorce this man then? Right? I mean, if all men are incapable of love, why are you, if that was true, why are you letting your daughter around a person is incapable of loving her? See, there's so many contradictions, man, but I'm not gonna get into that because like I said, I'm not into her personal life. What I'm into is the message that she's putting out, right? So I agree with Princella on a lot of different things, right? I agree with Princella that women that have proven that they are incapable or incompetent at sexually selecting for themselves and to sexually select a man that would treat them right and do them right and since if they are consistently incompetent, meaning they pick one man, he go upside her head. They pick another man, he go upside her head. Pick another man, he trying to get on the, diddle the children. Pick another man, he digging in her purse. I mean, they constantly picking this parade of men that they are not only spending time with, but also spending sexual time with and creating children that are unwanted. I mean, if they continue to do that, then obviously they need a zone of protection. I agree with you. You prove yourself to be that incompetent at sexually selecting for yourself. You need a zone of incompetence. We can take women like that and say, okay, you are not only a danger to yourself, but you're a danger to your children. Let's put you in this zone of protection where men are not going to be allowed to enter in. I agree with that with Priscilla. That is one place that we agree. Let's put you in this zone of protection, right? I disagree with Priscilla where she says let's put the children in there. No, 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 no. Let's do not put the children in there. If you are going to be in this zone of protection, then and you have proven that you cannot, uh, select people that's going to be helpful to you, then why would we put more people in your way so that they can be in a situation where nobody's going to be able to help them? No, 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 no. That's why I disagree with Priscilla. Let's let's keep the children out of that zone of protection. Let's let women individually be in that zone of protection. Let's have them. Maybe at the High Power Podcast, they can create a sweater or a garment that shows that I am one of these women that are totally incompetent at sexually selecting in the heterosexual marketplace. I am totally incompetent, right? Not the scarlet letter, maybe a scarlet letter. I don't know. Maybe something, right? A hat, a jacket, a pullover, something that says, hey, I'm one of Princella's followers, right? I'm on the ark. Do not approach me. Man, you can have a shirt that says, men, do not approach me. I am not ready for any type of heterosexual relationship. I am not. I have proven myself to be totally incompetent. So therefore, there's no reason for you to approach me unless you want high frustration and massive pain. You please don't approach me, right? Maybe, right? But until the High Power Podcast comes up with some type of merchandise that will identify these consistently incompetent women, right? They're just going to be out here unmarked, and you don't know until you run into it, until you start talking to one of them. But that's what we're going to talk about today, because I got a lot of video to show y'all, man. How is she right about men? She says men are the scourge, man. We need to go from patriarchy to matriarchy. Does that make sense? How we're going from patriarchy, if patriarchy is bad and you don't change the construction, you just change the ownership or the leadership of the patriarchy to women, how is that going to change anything? How is it when the value system is the same, when the hierarchies is the same? Women select men based on hierarchies, right? I agree with her on that. Yeah, it's based on hierarchies, and they will let men create the hierarchies and select men. They will sexually select men from men's own hierarchies, right? Let's take, for example, the Greeks, right? The higher person in the order, right? That person is probably going to be more likely to have his choice of women that follow that order, right? And so on and so forth down the line. Access to the females will be based on beauty appearance, will go off down the line, right? That's normal. That's normal, right? Why is that normal? Why? Because in this society, women are selected based on their beauty appearance, right? There is no betrothal. The family is not involved in the situation, right? They don't bring the guy home, let the family kick the tires on the guy, right? By the time the family finds out about this dude, he's already been bejoiking a month, 2 months, sometimes 6 months, right? Right? they don't bring the guy home, right? To let the father used to be, and the father really was the one, right? The father would be there cleaning the shotgun, right? Sit down, young man. I want to talk to you. This is my baby, right? You send the girl out of the room. Oh, baby, can you go up to the street and get us something? Get us something to eat, or get us some. We need this or that. He's just send her on a wild goose chase, right? So the daughter's like, Daddy, make sure you guys are you nice to each other. The father's like, oh yeah, we're gonna be nice to each other, no problem. As soon as the young man sit down, the old man brings out the shotgun, put it on the table, right? He say, "This is my." He said, "Let me tell you." He say, "Son," and the son be like, "Yeah, see, let me." And he say, "Son, shut up. Let me tell you something. This is my baby here. You see that? I love my baby. I do anything for my baby. I do a life sentence for my baby. I do a life sentence for her. Are you willing to do a life sentence for her?" Well, I was just, see, sir, I was, shut up. If you do anything to my baby, anything, I guarantee you, death will be a pleasure for you if you do anything to my baby. Right? Young fella sitting there like, huh, right? And then the old man starts clack, right? He get the shells out, right? Start looking down the barrel, man, you know. Young fella's like, yes, sir. I understand, sir. Yes, sir. Right. He's like, so if you here to play games, don't play games with this one. Now you can walk out that door right now. I'll tell her you had something to do when you leave, as you're gone. But if you really want to try something, put something together with my baby, okay. But you gonna act right. You hear me, boy? Yes, sir. And the young fella be like, he finish out that day and then he be like, I gotta go. I can't date you. Why? Right? The old man tell the young fella, if you tell my daughter we had this conversation, that's gonna be your ass. Right? So either you gonna get with her or you gonna try to make an honest woman out of her or get the fuck away from my daughter. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But that's old school. Now, man, these girl girl the family don't even get a chance to kick the tire. The father is who knows where, right? But the family don't even, the older brother, nothing. Nobody get to kick the tires on this dude, man. By the time they find out about this dude, I love him, right? He been bejoinking us so good, man. I love him. But we're gonna talk about it today, man. Is Priscilla right? Should we listen to Priscilla, man, on some of this stuff? Some of the stuff, man, that makes sense. Okay, some of the stuff makes sense. But should we listen? Let's take a look, man. Let's talk about it, man. But first, man, y'all know it's a Sunday show. We got to get to some stuff first. So let's check everybody in, man. All right, let's check everybody in, man. Let's see. First on the docket is our resident sniper, Risa Neal. Shout out to Risa Neal, man. Man, I'm gonna tell you, man, you got to have somebody in the chat, man, that's no holds barred, man. There's somebody that's an enforcer that you can just say, hey, do what you want. Do what you think is the right thing to do, right? So me and Risa had conversations, and I know she already know. I already told her, man. You the sheriff, right? So if you want to do something, you know what I'm saying, I'm backing you up, right? So whatever. Hey, so if you get timed out or put out, you may get Risa's the type of person, man, she feeling good, you might get a warning. But maybe she don't feel like warning nobody, you might not get a warning, man. You turn around, poof. And it's not that you disagreeing with us, because we don't have no problem with that. But it's if you being disrespectful to myself, the panel, or any other person in the chat, yeah, man, Risa gonna come get you, man. They're gonna knock you, she gonna just pull the trap door on you. You gone, right? So you need somebody like that, man. You need a sniper, and you ain't gonna see it coming. That's why I call Risa the sniper, because you ain't gonna see it coming, right? You ain't gonna see it coming, man. Next thing you know, man, you in La La Land. You like, well, hey, Clarence, what happened? I can't even comment no more. I didn't do it, but I might say, hey, look, you want to come back? That's what I do, man. But you ain't gonna beat Risa, man. So just act accordingly, man. Act how you would want somebody to act if they were sitting at your dinner table. Let's do that. If somebody came to your house, you invited them over to eat dinner, and they came to your house and sat down at your table, how would you want them to act? Okay, then you act the way you want them to act at your table. How about that? You won't have to even worry about somebody like Risa. but she's here just in case, right? Shout out to Risa Neal. Glad to have you in the building. What about Von Bryant? What about Von Bryant? Von Bryant's in the building. Greece said, greetings, peace, joy, grace, and abundance. Von Bryant representing the resistance. Representing the resistance. Renegade Von Bryant is in the building. Shout out to Von Bryant. Glad to have you in the building. Von said, hey, bro, see, you know, your thumbnail says live in 12 hours. Yeah, I know, man. I took that cold medicine, Vaughn. I was out, man. I'm still stumbling around, man. Y'all see, I'm trying to wake up a little bit, man. But yeah, I was out and about, man. Whew, but shout out to Von Bryant, man. Glad to have you in the building. My brother, good to see you. Who else in the building, man? Sister Annie's in the building, man. Shout out. Excuse me, brother Clarence. I'm working on the back end, brother Clarence. Me and Risa doing some stuff on the back end. I said, okay. Shout out to Sister Eddie. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Who else is in the building, man? Who else is in the building? I think that's everybody that wants to be acknowledged. Oh, hold on. We got a Bolo TV in the village, man. You know, I tried to watch that Friday show, man, and it was just tough, man. Yesterday I was doing so much, man. I only got maybe an hour done of watching it, man. But it was a good show, man. I was just, man, if you guys have a chance to get over to check out Bolo TV in the village, man, check out Bolo TV in the village. Well, Clarence, I ain't into all that, Christian. Man, it ain't even, they ain't either, man. You know what they into? The book, man. They into the book and living a lifestyle of, where you stress to relieve a lot of your stress, man. It's a place where you can talk about some sensitive things, man, and the people just everybody's going to support you. Now, if you don't want to be supported, but I mean, that's a place where you can be supported, man. You know what I mean? And but it's a little more scriptural based than what we're doing here. But so that's why I was sending you over there. If you're looking for scriptures, go on over to Bolo TV in the village. They would definitely help you to deal with a lot of stuff. But at the same time, using these scriptures to help you, right? And then you could decide, okay, man, is this some good advice that they give me or not? Whatever. But at least you got people that's out here. We trying to help. Me, him, the village over. We trying to help, man. We trying to do something, man. We ain't just saying, oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Who else in the building, man? Man? Oh, shout out, by the way. Shout out to Bolo TV. But if you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, but on over there and subscribe to Bolo TV, man. Good work. They're doing good work over there. Who else in the building? Anderson the Great. Shout out to Anderson the Great, man. He says, man, be back again. Hope everybody's having a great day. Shout out to you. Anderson the Great came on. I got it, man. Anderson the Great came up here one time, man. He came up here with us, man. Shout out to Brother Anderson, man. Good dude, man. That is one of my Taurus brothers, man. Sister Annie's my Taurus sister. Brother Anderson, my Taurus brother, man. I do not mess with them Tauruses, man, because I know how they are the nicest people in the world, man. But when you push them over that edge, whoo, you don't think it's a hurricane in your house, man. Shout out to Brother Anderson. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Who else is in the building, man? Old crusty salty Uncle Rico. He said, I see you working for the alpha male spot. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to get into the alpha male spot, man. But you guys, once again, representing the resistance to our queen, Bolo TV, and old crusty Uncle extra salty Uncle Rico, man. They represent the resistance, man. They representing the resistance. I gotta help the queen put the resistance down. I got to get the alpha male job where I get those biscuits at the back door of lesbian heaven. I can go into lesbian heaven. I'll be the alpha male. Did you guys see where I broke down how lesbian heaven is going to be set up? According to Princella's own mouth, according to what she said, this is my version or my extrapolation of how lesbian heaven is going to work, right? You're going to need that one alpha male. I could get that job. But that guy is going to have a lot of perks. That alpha male that's running between the men and the lesbian heaven, he's going to have a lot of perks. I want that job, right? A lot of perks, a lot of free food. I don't know. I don't need the sex. I had a lot of sex in my life, so I'm good on the sex. But man, I did a lot of free food, a lot of A lot of different stuff that they're gonna have, man. That dude's gonna have, man. And Rico, Bolo, and Vaughn are trying to ruin it for me, man. Come on, y'all. Rico said, I'm alpha male tap dancing. I'm not alpha male tap dancing, man. I'm trying to get my job, man. I'm trying to secure that job. Maybe Princella will see this and say, you know what? I need that dude, man. I need that dude to be the alpha male. Hey, y'all, let's make some fried chicken and some biscuits. Let's leave it at the back door. Lesbian heaven. He'll come and get it, and then next thing you know, we'll talk to him while he's out there eating them biscuits. We'll talk to him, right? See if he's right. So then he said, "Brother Clarence, you already told me I have to leave the room when I introduce to my quarter." Hey, yeah, you know that. Hey, Sister Annie, I'm telling you, if you call me and say, "Brother Clarence, I need you to talk to this dude. I just want you to kick the tires on this dude for me, Brother Clarence." When you come back and he ain't there, when you come back and he ain't there, and you kind of call him and he ghosted you, hey, Brother Clarence ain't gonna play, man. I don't play with my people, man. What? This is my sister, man. You sure you at the right house? Yeah, man, I know. I know. And I don't even know why Sister Annie would pick a dude like that. But let's say she did. Let's say she lost her mind and some crazy looking dude came over to the house. Hey, yeah, man. Yeah, man. I'm here for any, man. I'm here. You know, I do my thing. Girl, look at this house. I know what I could do. I could turn this into, you know, this will be my kicking spot. All right. When you gonna give me a key? She said, well, first, I need you to meet one of my friends. Oh, I need you to meet my brother. Come on in here and, meet my brother real quick. And then, we'll see. We'll see. But, just meet my brother, talk to him nice. Just see what you think about him. Oh, girl, please. I know I do. Hey, walk in and see me. I'm telling you, man, I work on that dude so hard. I probably need about 15 minutes. Work on that dude so hard, and that's just me. What if Rico's there? What if Vaughn's there? What if Bolo's there? That dude ain't got a chance. Not if he playing games. If he go through all the rest of it, he go through the meal with us. That's what I call it, man. Remember that movie, the Education of Sonny Carson? They said you got to go through the meal. Right? You want to be in the game, you got to go through the mill, right? Well, you want to be with Sister Annie, you got to come through the mill, right? Well, the mill is me, Vaughn, Bolo, and Rico, right? If he can get through the mill, then he good to go. But definitely, I got some questions for you, young man. I got some questions for you, so sit down. Like, Clarence, what did Geraldo go? Where did Big Steve go? He had an appointment. He suddenly had to leave. It was an emergency. It was an emergency. It was a matter of life or death. Ay. You know that's right, Sister Annie. You know that's right. Just send them to the mill. We'll take it. Scam Likely's in the house, man. Shout out to Scam Likely, man. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Good to see you. He said, at this point, the dust I hear, why not listen to Princella? Oh, no, I listened to her, Scam. I listened to her. I have listened to her whole setup. I agree with some of the things she says. I agree. The main thing I agree with her is we need a zone of protection for women that are constantly picking bad men, that are constantly picking men that are violent and are deviant. They are constantly picking men like that because they don't know how to discern that violence and wickedness out of their personality. They don't know how to discern that, right? Or something in them makes them accept that and say, well, I deserve this based on my state in life, right? And so I listen to her. I agree with her. There needs to be a zone of protection. You prove that you are that incompetent, because that's what we do with criminals, right? They got what they call repeat offenders, right? We can take these repeat offenders as women in the penal system. When they see you a repeat offender, they remove you from the community. They remove you, right? They say, yeah, this crime might not have been as bad, but it's the same type of crime. We just gonna remove you. Since you can't stop doing that, we just gonna remove. I feel the same way with women that are consistently sexually select people that's gonna harm them or harm their children. We need to remove them from the society because they're gonna keep on breeding with those guys, and they keep on making horrible mistakes and allowing them to come in and cause harm and pain to their children and themselves. Let's remove them. I agree with her on that. The only thing I disagree with her on that is she wants to bring the children in there. She wants to put the children in that zone. I say, no, 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 no. If you are a clear and present danger to yourself, of course you're a clear and present danger to these children. So let's take these children away from you. That's what I say. Let's give them to grandma. Let's give them to somebody. Give them to the father. Let's give them to somebody who's going to take care of them. That's why I disagree with her. But I do listen to her. She makes some sense on some points. Some things she say you can't argue with, Scam. You just can't argue with it, right? The violence that men are doing, can't argue with that. I'm like, man, dude, we had a power out. Sorry about that. We had a power out. So I'm back on it. I'm back on it, and I'm back on it. All right, here we go. Here we go. Let me go down the list. It's a power out, man. Stop it, Princella. Princella, stop it. Big Riggs, what's going on, Big Riggs, man? Oh man, Big Riggs gave me some good news the other day, man. Shout out to Big Riggs, man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Who else is in the building, man? Who else? Who else is in the building? Let me check everybody in real quick. Vaughn says, so basically you want to be overseer of the brethren. No, I really don't, man. I just want those free biscuits, man. I know I'm gonna get those free biscuits if I get in the alpha male job, man. If I get the alpha male job, those free biscuits, man. That's what I'm looking for, man. I mean, I'm gonna sell y'all out. I'm gonna definitely sell y'all men out to get those biscuits and that fried chicken, man. Definitely, definitely. Old Costa Rico says that alpha male will be just as crazy and dumb as the rest of ARC imbeciles, man. They're not imbeciles, Rico. The ARC is full of women that are just need some help, man. They don't know how to sexually select. Rico said, what has she ever said that was agreeable? Well, the zone of protection, Rico. She said that they need a zone of protection. She said women need a zone of protection, i.e., lesbian heaven. They need a place where they can be identified as unworthy of a relationship at this current dispensation. They need a place like that, a plantation, if you will, an ark, a designated area where men will, when men see them inside, or when men recognize them as a follower of hers, they will recognize that they are not unworthy of male female relationships in a constructive and positive way. They will stay away from them. That's what I agree with her. We need that. I don't agree with her wanting the children. She wants the children inside lesbian heaven, and I say no. No. We cannot have the children inside lesbian heaven. We cannot. Because if the children go inside lesbian heaven, then they're just going to be, it's going to be the same situation we got now, where they're interacting with the children, them with their broken situations, interacting with the children, they're going to create broken children. So that's what we're going to do, man. That's what Rico said. She just makes stuff up. And I agree with nothing she says. She is the ultimate word twister, taking basic information and twisting to fit her ideology. I told you guys, my team think I'm crazy, man. My team thinks I'm crazy because I say, hey, look, you know, there is some truth in what she's saying. There's some truth. Some of the stuff she said makes sense, but not everything. Not everything. Okay, brother, we got brother E Black in the building. Shout out to E Black, man. If you haven't already subscribed to E Black, man, get on over there and subscribe to E Black. Well, are you gonna agree with him? I don't know, but go over there and check him out, man. See what he's talking about. Shout out to E Black. Who else is in the building, man? Rico said, now you sound like her with the removal of any community. No. I probably do sound like her. That's why I need to be the alpha male. I need the alpha male job. I disagree with her on almost everything except for this point here. I agree with her on this point, Rico. I do. We do need a place where women can have a place where they can stop dealing with men in a sexual way, where in a romantic way, where they can just work on themselves, right? And if they're not going to do it by choice, let's have a community that accepts them in and helps them to do it, right? Sometimes women need, they need to see other women that encourage them to do something that it's kind of tough for them to do, right? It's tough in today's world for women, man, because they get told so many different conflicting ideologies, right? It's hard for them to see. Rico said, I didn't pay the internet. I did pay the internet, man. I think it's raining out here. Well, it's not raining. It's supposed to rain, but it's really windy out here. So maybe one of the lines went down or something out here. So it's really windy, but it's still a beautiful day. Proceed and pay the internet. But yeah, man, I agree with her on that point. And of course, the common sense that she says. Who else is in the building? Who else in the building? Von Brian said, not even 30 pieces of silver. No, she don't need no silver to pay me, man. All she needs is that fried chicken and those biscuits, Vaughn. That's it. Uncle Rico said, a zone of protection is stupid and nonsense. Women that don't want anything to do with them nuts get a zone of protection from their husbands and family. So the whole idea is dumb. No, Rico, the zone of protection is for the women that have proven consistently that they cannot pick men of good character. They cannot do it. They either get their head beat up. What would you rather have, Rico? Would you rather have these women consistently kill? I'm going to do a bunch of stories today on just how violent the brotherhood is sometimes. right? I mean, would you want the violence just to continue? They'll stay with a man just because it's, you know, I don't agree with that. And I know you don't, Rico, but I'm just saying, for the argument, for the sake of the argument, what would be the better option? I think the better option would be let them be in a zone of protection. Let them have counselors in that zone of protection. Let them have people that can nurture them in that zone of protection. Those of them that still want to be in male-female relationships, that can get the counseling so that they can be better equipped to be in those kind of relationships in a positive way. And the ones that want to stay in lesbian heaven, they want to stay lesbian, let them go. They have counselors that'll help them transition over to lesbian living, right? I'm just saying the violence will go down if we can separate them from the Pookies and the Ray Rays that's out to get them. Because Pookies and the Ray Rays don't care that their father died. They don't care that their son died. They don't care that they had these traumatic issues. They've been molested. They've been this. They've had all these different things. They've been arped. They don't care. The Pookie and Ray Ray don't care. Pookie and Ray Ray just gonna run up in them, right? Okay, so we need something we need a zone of protection for these type of women, man, that can't see that stuff coming, or if they do see it coming, there's some issue in them that allows that to continue to take place. So therefore, let's put it out there. Vaughn said, just a biscuit, Vaughn. I'm gonna sell you. Matter of fact, you, Bolo, and Rico, one biscuit. They don't even have to give me a biscuit for each of you. Just one biscuit for the whole group of y'all, right? Everybody in the all the resistance, whole resistance. Shout out to Sean Daylight. See that Sean Daylight said Deuteronomy 28. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. We're gonna look that up for you. Who else is in the building, man? Rico said show they pick poor men. Now they have to pick a woman for protection dump. Yeah, they got pictures of we got to do something, Rico, man. These women are going through it, man. These women are going through it, man. They're getting their head beat off of them. A lot of them, man. You know what I'm saying? Or they just pushing daisies because they just don't know how to pick guys. They know how to pick them. And so should we just let them get out there and keep on picking dudes that's, until eventually they end up in the graveyard? I mean, come on, man. I mean, I think this is I don't know how realistic it is, but I think it makes a lot of sense to have a zone of protection for those type of women, man, where they have proven, right? I mean, that's what we do as a community, right? Somebody has what they call a repeat offender. They have proven they're incompetent at being out here and working a regular job, right? They prove they're incompetent. So when they get caught, that's it. Then the penal system says, okay, you're a repeat offender. You repeatedly have proven that you're not going to do this the right way. You're not going to live outside the society in a way that's going to be peaceful for yourself and other people. Let's remove you, right? Okay, so let's do the same thing with women that are creating this havoc for not only themselves and their children. Let's remove you from the general public. Let's put you in the zone of protection where you over there. Now, like I said, my disagreement with her is the kids being in that zone. No. We cannot put the kids in there because they're just going to make unhealthy kids, which is happening right here in the street now. Let's take them away. Let's put only women in that zone, right? Only women in lesbian heaven. Just women, no children, no men, just women in lesbian heaven. Those of them that want to just get retrained on how to live a better life. Hey, let's put you in. Let's get counselors in there to try to get you right so that you can re-enter back into the general population. But if you don't, hey, stay in lesbian heaven. You want to be with the women? Stay in lesbian heaven. Sean said, and the spirit of Baal is back at it. Hey, man, I'm gonna tell you, man, this society has so many evil spirits running around in it, man, that you ain't got a chance if you don't pick God. You just don't have a chance. Male, female, child, whoever. You don't stand a chance. You don't stand a chance, man. So thank you for that, Sean. Appreciate you. Rico said them lesbians over there bashing them in the mouth too. So how do you fix that? We can't fix that. That's what Sam was saying. We can't just assume that every lesbian is going to be beating them up. Rico, we can't. There's going to be a portion of the pookie lesbians that's going to get to them. Okay. But maybe they need to go through that, Rico. Maybe they need to go through that to see it's not men. Right now, what Princella's telling them is the reason why you got all these issues is because of men. And it's not men. It's your thinking process. It's your value system. It's what you allowing to be with, allowing to come with men that approach you. You're allowing them to bring all this kind of craziness, and you got to fix that. That you got to fix, because what happens when you get in lesbian heaven and the pookie lesbians get to you? Then what, right? now you're gonna say it's men? So I agree with that, Rico. I agree with that. But you don't fix that. You fix that by the woman has to work on herself, whether she's with women or men or whatever. She got to work on herself. That's what she got to do, and that's what I think Princella is not saying. She's saying you got to work on yourself and come over to lesbian heaven and sign up on the lesbian program. That's going to be better for you. And I don't think that's better, because you're not addressing the issue. You're just going to go, if you're dealing with male pookies, you're going to find female pookies. You just go, if you don't address the real problem. Same thing with the divestors, right? The divestors say, black men is but if you picking bad black men, you're gonna pick bad white men, or Asian, or Latino, or whatever. You're gonna pick pookies wherever you go, because you ain't addressing why you picking the pookies. You ain't addressing that. Anyway, that's my Rico said, it's just not realistic, just dumb. So you're gonna do like the Peanut Sister, after they protected, they come back among us all lesed up. Well, I mean, it's their choice, Rico, if they want to come back. If they're in a lesbian situation, they want to come back into the general population, that's on them. I don't see why, if they're so happy, and if they would be so happy in lesbian heaven, why would they leave lesbian heaven and come out into the general population? I don't understand why they would do that. I don't think they would do that if they're really happy with that. I think most of them would not be happy I mean, I think we all have had experimentation, right? So you want to experiment with different things, right? So maybe they would experiment with the lesbian lifestyle. But I think most women would not be happy living a lesbian lifestyle. Most women. I think most women would want to be in the company of a man, right? At least, romantically and sexually. I think that would be the position of most women. I don't think Princella's gonna, magically change women's minds into lesbian. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think she's going to get the hurt and the damaged among our sisters and get them and redirect them into lesbian heaven. And I think even a lot of them, they are only doing that because they failed at so many other things, right? They failed in the general population in male-female relationships. So that's the only reason why they will follow her. Women that are doing fine, they wouldn't follow Priscilla nowhere. They wouldn't listen to that, right? This is the same feminist rhetoric that was coming down the pipe in the 80s, right? It's just, she just repackaged it and put it out there, right? Now, does she have a point? Well, we're going to get to that today. Does she have a point? Like, are we in trouble with men? Yes. We're in a crisis right now of good men. We're in a crisis. Right. I agree with you, Rico. Yeah, that's the issue. That's the issue that's my main issue I don't agree with, is because she just able to say, well, just because you got a penis, that's the problem, right? And so I disagree with that. And if she felt that way, why would she let her husband, not ex-husband, her current husband, even have contact with her child? If she really felt that men are so bad because they just so bad, why would she let her husband have contact? See, her people don't answer these questions, right? And if you ask, they have all these different verbal jujitsu to get out of it, right? But we have invited Princella over here. And Princella, if you're out there and you want to come over here and talk about it, we're here. We're here. I'm here. I always have the door open. I would never say anything about anybody and then not invite them. If you want to come and come up, let me know in the chat, I will send you a link. You come up, me and you can have a conversation. Because I'm not gonna fight you. I'm just gonna ask questions. I don't want to fight with you. I don't want to, debate you. There's nothing to debate. You know what I mean? It's just, I just need some answers to some questions. And, I just don't understand. And the better I understand your perspective, I can articulate that. But right now, I don't understand a lot of it. Well, I do understand, but I want you to verify some things for me. All right, y'all, let's get to it, man. We got to move, man. We got some ugly stuff today, man. We got some ugly, ugly, ugly stuff today, man. Okay, so one of the things, y'all, that we have to deal with in today's society, man, is one of the things that we got to do today is let me see, okay. One of the things we got to do today is we got to deal with some serious crazy people, man. Serious crazy people, right? We got to deal with some people, man, that just it's just ridiculous. Okay, so we're gonna watch a little bit of this, man, because I want y'all to know, man, these people are out here, right? And they trying to communicate to your kids. They trying to get to your kids. They trying to get to your daughters. They trying to get to your sons. They trying to get to they out here to fool people, man, and put them in a serious situation. So let's watch a little bit of this video, man. A little bit of this predator video.
Hey, can I have a little chat with you? My name's Tommy. Can I have a little chat with you outside? I don't think you probably want to talk about this in front of all the people inside, do you?
What?
I want to know who you're here to meet. I'm not the police. My name's Tommy. I'm with Colorado Pet Patrol. We can talk outside, or we can make a big deal in here. Somebody will probably call the police.
Well, I'm just here to eat.
Okay. I'm telling you right now, I know a little bit more than you want. If you have a talk with us, I don't have to call the police, okay?
Well, it's also entrapment.
Okay. Well, then call the police. You want to call the police?
What do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about what we're doing. If you want to do this in front of people. My name's Tommy. I'm with Colorado Pet Patrol, all right? What we
Okay. Okay. This is a 61-year-old man dressed as a female with a wig and sunglasses and a purse, dressed like a female. Why is this man dressed like a female? Well, that's a good question, Clarence. That's a great question. Why is this guy dressed as a female? This guy is dressed as a female because he made plans to meet up with a 13-year-old girl. A 13-year-old girl. Let that just swirl around in your head for just a minute. This man here, this is a grown man, 61-year-old man, is dressed like a female. He's dressed like a female so that he can meet up with a 13-year-old girl. I'm telling you, man, you got to watch what your kids are doing online. You got to watch what they're doing, man, because I don't care how good they are, right? They'll slip over, man. They'll see something on YouTube, it'll catch their eye. And next thing you know, they're watching YouTube videos. Next thing you know, they're watching Rumble videos. Next thing you know, they're watching Prime. Next thing you know, they're doing all kind of different stuff, right? This is a 61-year-old man with a wig and a dress on. Clarence, that's transphobic, Clarence. That's transphobic. This ain't got nothing to do with trans. The reason why he's dressed this way has nothing to do with him trying to live his truth. The reason why he's dressed this way is to entrap a little kid to come with him to have sex with them in however way he want to do it. This ain't got nothing to do with no transphobic nothing, man. You do you, you do you. But never should any one of us be trying to get a kid to try to have sex with us. That should be an unwritten rule. But here we are. You're gonna listen to him talk, and he's talking like a man, like he got pants on, pants and his shirt on, right? But here, listen to him talk.
do is be monitor the internet for adults lurking for minors.
I'm not looking for mine.
How old is this person you were talking to? Okay, so that's a minor in the state of Colorado. You're gonna take her shopping?
Yeah,
No,
I never said anything else.
no saying about kissing, nothing like that.
No, kissing, there's nothing wrong with that.
You know it's a felony to meet any minor off the internet in the state of Colorado. Did you know that? Class 3 misdemeanor. Felony.
No,
Did you know that? You didn't know that? Luring of a minor? You didn't know that? It's crime. So, and you were dating this girl. So this was your girlfriend.
dating her.
Wait, you said you were?
No, I never said I was dating her.
Bottom line is, no, I got it. Bottom line.
Okay, man. Let me. It's a little too much, man. And plus, we got to go, y'all. We got a lot of stuff to get to. So look at this man came to meet this man right here. This is a man. This is a man in a wig. Some of y'all get caught up with people like this man out there, man. You know what I'm saying? But hey, this is a man in a wig, in a dress, and he's coming to meet a 61-year-old man coming to meet a 13-year-old girl to have sex with her in his truck. Y'all, you can't come in my room. This is my private area, and you got to do that. No. Did our parents listen to that foolishness, man? Did our parents listen to that? You can't come at me, right? We knew better than to say something like that. You can't come in my room because this is my private area. Smack across the wall, across the room you fly, right? You know? Oh, man. But see, we want to be friends with these kids today, man. We want to be cool. We want to do videos with them on social media and stupid stuff like that. Nah. You got to raise these kids, man, and you got to teach them how to get weird energy and what to do with it, and how to maneuver around it. A grown man out here trying to meet kids to have sex with them in his truck, and he's running around dressed like a woman. I don't know what's going on, man. What's going on out here? What's going on? But hey, man, it's a sad thing, man. It's a sad thing. I'm gonna leave it alone, man. I'm gonna let y'all say it. But the point is, you got to check your child's internet history. You got to check everything and what's going on with them, man. You got to get some. If they have any devices, you are in your right with as a parent, man, to put any kind of software on there that you can learn. You that will flag you and let you know if they're doing something they ain't supposed to be doing. Because this is the kind of stuff that's gonna happen, man. Your children might meet with somebody like this behind your back, and you never even know it, man. They get turned out. Next thing you know, your child's failing in school. They ain't talking to nobody. They ain't doing nothing. They can't, and then they get on drugs, and then it's just a downward spiral. It's a downward spiral, man. It's a downward spiral. Let's see a little bit more, and then we're gonna wrap this up.
Fine is we can be honest, or I can just call
I'm
the
being
police.
honest with you. I never said I dated her.
You didn't say it was your girlfriend?
No,
Okay, I'm gonna give you a little hint.
I never said she was my girlfriend.
I have from start to finish, the front to back of every conversation you ever had with your child.
I believe it.
Okay. Also the fact, again, if you lie, I'm just calling the police.
I'm not
okay?
lying.
What toy did you bring for this little girl?
I forgot it.
What was it?
It was a spinner.
A spinner?
Yeah, kids like spinners, don't they?
So you're gonna bullshit. You want to just explain this to the
Now you see this dude, man. He ain't even sweating it, right? At this point he ain't even sweating it, right? Because he think, hey, man, they just doing this thing on YouTube. He think it's a thing on YouTube. He don't know they're gonna call the cops on him, right? Anyway, but yeah, man, these kind of nut brains is out here, man. Y'all, come on, man. Let's get rid of these dudes, man. Let's get them dudes up out of there, man. All right, let's move on, y'all. Let's move on, y'all, man, because we got a lot to get to. Let's see. Oh, here we go, man. Let's see. Now I'll do that story next week. I gotta move on, man. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let me find what I'm looking for here, y'all. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Here's what I want.
Young boys away. You go back to
All right, so our beloved queen had this guy on here, man. This bloke.
You go back to
this bloke here. I said his name is Previn Carrion, whatever, right? She did a whole video with this dude, man, and so I want to hear how he is trying to support her situation, right? Now, are black men in trouble? Yes, we're in trouble, man. We're in trouble. We need help. That's why we put together, like I said, y'all gonna see, I'm gonna put it in the description box, our GoFundMe. We trying to raise money, man, to secure the lease on this building. Not only the lease, but buy all the equipment that we need to set up a facility where we could train young black men, and not only young black men, but men in particular, men in general, but in particular, we have a particular emphasis on young black men who are, how can I put it, man, in serious crises. Men in general are in crisis, but black men are like at the front of the line as far as being in crisis, man. We gotta do something about that, like ASAP, right? But we'll talk about that. But anyway, this is a guy on the Queen Makers program, and he's going to basically give her some support on her shenanigans.
Primitive cultures, hunter agrarian cultures, men are taking young boys away to have initiation ceremonies, which are pretty brutal, to help the 14-year-old boy become a man.
Wait a minute. Is life brutal? Life is brutal. Life is brutal, man. What's wrong with taking boys and showing them that you want to be a man, this is how you have to behave. You have to look at stuff like this the way in this manner, because this is the way it is. People go and expect certain things of you as a man. You need to know that, and you need to act accordingly. Life is brutal. Ask any man you know. Life is brutal. Women don't want to say life is easy. No, life is brutal. It's even more brutal when you don't know what you're supposed to be doing and you're trying to figure it out. Life is brutal. So to take young men and give them rites of passage and show them how to be men and show them how to do things, some of the time it may be considered brutal to a woman, right? But how good would you, that's like you training soldiers to go out to war, but you're not going to train them in hand-to-hand combat. Oh, you can, as long as you got a pistol, you'll be good. Well, then you're not giving them adequate training, because they may come in, they may see hand-to-hand combat, and if they run out of bullets in their pistol, they run out of ammo, then what? Then what? Anyway, this is Princella. Sean said all men have to do, black men in particular, is get back to God. Agreed. And the blueprint that the Bible has for us until then, and especially black men, are going to suffer. Well, I would say that, but they have to have an understanding, Sean. A lot of our men, they read the Bible and they get confused and they don't understand. That's why I send people over to Bolo TV, man. So you can get it straight, and you can ask a question and they can answer it for you. And if they can't answer it, they'll tell you, they'll go study up on it and come back and give you an answer on it, right? That's what we send them over there, right? But I agree with you, Sean. Yeah, definitely God is missing in the black family. God is, well, the family is missing, and then God is missing, right? And that Princella does not acknowledge God at all, right? She don't say that God, we should follow God. She say, you following the man God. We should follow the woman God. Where's the woman God? I don't understand that one. Or God is a woman, right? Is she really? Okay. See, but she won't come over here and answer none of these questions, because we're going to just answer logical questions. Anyway, let's get back to Princella's guest here.
Mm-hmm. And what does that mean? It means that, you terrify the hell out of them, but realize that they can survive death. Mm-hmm. That's interesting, isn't it?
Okay. I've been a martial arts instructor for at least 10 years or so, right? When you have a new student, man, and you have martial arts students, you have to build them up. You have to build them up. You can't, they look, when they when they first walk out there and they walk on the mat and they see people flying in the air and they see people hitting the ground and they see people getting up and walking away, they are just amazed. How can that happen? But we have to tell them, hey, you got to start here. Little roll, little fall here. Then we get you some elevation. Then we get you elevation. Now you can fly, right? Then you can survive being out there getting manhandled. Because that's what we got to teach you, how to be able to, you got to, man, everything you learning up to becoming a black belt is when your student, when your education really start. But getting up to being a black belt, man, you got to learn how to get hit, take hits, roll out of them, get back up and start fighting again. You got to learn how to do all that, right? Return fire. You got to learn how to do this stuff, even though you taking heat, still don't run, but return fire. You got to learn all this stuff, right? But you got to get built up. This is the same thing, man. This is why I know this man don't do no martial arts, don't do no self-protection, nothing. Because one of the things in self-protection, you got to understand, man, you are going to get hit. If you get into a fight out here, whether you a young man or a man, you get into a fight with a man, most women too, you're going to get hit. You ain't going to just be like Bruce Lee, wah, 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 and you never get touched. No, you're going to get hit. You need to be able to take that punch, return fire, break that person down, whatever your art tell you to do. But you got to be able to, first of all, you got to be able to move and take some heat. Because if you can't take no heat, I don't care if you got 10 degrees as a black belt. Man, somebody give you a good punch, you done, right? You got to know how to take these punches. But see, this man don't train. See, they don't train men. So they want to train men. Their solution for training men to be better in society is to unman them, right? Castrate them. They want to castrate them, put them in a mental position where they don't have the testosterone going through them to defend themselves and to go for what they want. That's Princella's ideology. And if you don't agree with that, Princella, come on up here. But that's, in my opinion, that's her ideology, as well as the U.S. government. They say, instead of retraining you as a black man, because you got unique issues based on the slave's condition, you have unique issues. It's going to take a generational work here. Instead of doing that and spending the money to do that, let's just make more prisons. Let's just make more prisons. Right? Sean said the black men need to review their hearts and mindsets. Absolutely. But who's going to make them do it? That's the problem, Sean. They're so fixated on sex and money. Who's going to make them do it? They got to get off of that. They got to get off of that situation first before they can ever have any success. But the problem is, Sean, they're groomed. You're groomed to be a sexual deviant from the time you come out of the womb, man. They use sex to sell cereal, cars, school. They use sex to sell everything, just about everything in American society, right? So you already been groomed on sex, right? And being romantic when you're not being focused on your future self, and how to live properly, how to live appropriately and properly, right? Anyway, let's get back to this. But before I do that, let me acknowledge some stuff out here. Let me acknowledge some people out here. Shout out to Marcus. Good to have you in the building, my brother. Good to see you, man. Who else in the building? I think that's it, man. Marcus said, let's get Bro C to 1,000 likes. Hey, man, let's get into 1,000 likes, 1,000 subs. I'll take whatever y'all want to give me, man. You know what I mean? But I'm going to keep on spitting this truth. You know what I'm saying? Whatever I got to do to spit this truth, man, I'm going to keep on spitting this truth. All right, let's continue.
Psychologically,
Yes.
why would he do that? But this was necessary for the male psyche to help boys become man, to define this moment where you can't act like a little boy anymore, and you're now part of the tribe. You got to come back to the village, and there's lots of women there, and they're doing very interesting things. Like, how do you get on with them? And there isn't that thing. Why? Because men are terrified of life. So they've been.
What? We terrified of life. Some of us are. Some of us are. Well, most men ain't terrified of life. They're terrified of not being able to feed their family. They're terrified of not being able to take care of their business, man. That's what they're terrified of. Some man coming and bejunking their daughter on some stuff that they used to be on, right? Well, men are not terrified of life. Most men are not. Most men are not. Most men know that, hey, man, you know, man, like the Quran say, man only gets what he strives for. You only gonna get what you working for, man. If you don't put in the work, you ain't gonna get nothing, man. Most men understand that, man. Men are not like women, man. Well, a woman could be unmarried and live with her sister, and you know, her sister and her husband and their family, and she could just, you know, be in that. She could just join herself onto that family, and you know, and help out with the dishes or whatever. She could just be absorbed into that family, right? Men can't do that. I would never let my brother move in with me. He would never let me move in with him. And I wouldn't, I mean, permanently, no. Man, maybe I could sleep over for a night. Maybe he could sleep over for a night. But permanently move in? No. I'm talking about a woman could permanently move in to another family and be absorbed into that family, right? Not men. Men are on their own out here. So why should we hide that from them? What should we tell them? You're like a woman. You will be able to, if you don't make it, if you're unsuccessful in feeding yourself, you know, there's other families that'll take you in. That's typically not how it goes now. Not for men. That's more likely to happen with a woman than a man. Men, they ain't even sheltered. Man, a woman could lose her job, just have a complete breakdown in life. There's shelters out here just for women. Man, ain't no shelters out here for men. ain't nobody want to do nothing for no man. They look at you as a complete failure, man. You don't do what you're supposed to do. Who cares whether you were dealing when you was a boy? Who cares if you're dealing with some other issues? Who cares? You a man? Get your ass out there and get it. Make it happen. You can't make it happen? F you. Live on the street. Right? That's the way the society looks at it. So we got to train out to see. We can't listen to this kind of stuff right here, man. This is stuff that you just can't listen to it. Our young men are coming out here every day, man. They turning 18. They're hitting out here every day. And if we ain't gonna tell them how hard it is, the gangbangers gonna tell them how hard it is. The pimp's gonna tell them how hard it is. The hoes are gonna tell them how hard it is. Excuse me. Sex workers are gonna tell them how hard it is. That's the ones that's gonna educate them. If we don't educate them as men, we gotta stomp stuff like this out. I mean, not go to her page and stomp this out. I mean, our actions are so great, it outweighs this. It makes this kind of interaction look stupid. Huh? All right, y'all. Let's finish up and let's move on.
Busy trying to survive, like you said, scarcity. What if we run out of food? So men are in this constant, we have to kill, we have to hunt. That's
what? We have to kill, we have to hunt. Okay. All right. I don't know what this dude is talking about, but like I said, this is the position that we're in as men, where we got people putting out information like this, even men, right? I think this dude might be fighting me for my alpha male job. I might have to put him down, man. He's trying to get my alpha male job, man. Dog, man. Anyway, all right, that's that, man. Let's get out of that, man, because we got a lot to get to, y'all. And I have spent so much time on some other stuff that I just didn't do. Okay, it's Black History Month, y'all. Y'all don't realize it's Black History Month? All right, let's do some Black History real quick, and then we're going to be out of here, man. Let's do the Black History Minute, and then we'll be up out of here. All right, let's see. Who we got on the Black History Minute? Here we go. Rosa Parks, the First Lady of Civil Rights, Rosa Louise Macaulay Parks, was born on February 4th, 1913 in Tuskegee, Alabama. Parks refused to give up her seat on a bus to a white passenger on December 1st, 1955 in Montgomery, Alabama. When Rosa Parks kept her seat on the bus, she stood up for the dignity and civil rights of every American in the United States. I don't think she was thinking about it like that at the time, or probably she was just probably like, you know what, F you, I'm sitting down. I'm not getting up because I'm black. Right. But shout out to the fact that she did do it. I don't want to diminish that, but I'm just saying I don't think she was thinking about it like that. But anyway, her very patriotic and brave act was a stimulus that helped strengthen the Montgomery bus boycott and civil rights demonstrations around the country. Parks' action became a symbol of support against the crude and racial discrimination that was prevalent in the South and many parts of the country. Now, we all know that Rosa Parks wasn't the initial person. It was another little sister that didn't get up, right? Another little sister, I forgot her name, but there's another little sister that was actually the first one to do that, but they put Rosa Parks on it they pushed her story in front of the other little sister's story, because the other little sister had, like, I think she was a single mom or something like that. She was like 16 or 17. She already had a baby, whatever. So instead of putting her out there, they put Rosa Parks out there, right? All right, her arrest for refusing the bus driver's demand to get up and say, gal, what do you think you're doing, gal? I'm sitting down. I'm tired. I just got off work. Gal, don't you know Miss Minnie needs a seat? Get your ass up and get into the back of the bus. No, I'm not going back there. Sir. Gal, do you know I'm going to call the police on you? Go ahead and call them. I'm sitting down anyway. I sit right here and wait for them. Oh, man. Giving her a seat on the bus to a white person helped initiate support for the cause of eliminating segregation. Parks at the time was a secretary of the Montgomery chapter of the NAACP, but she acted that day on her own. Rosa Parks died on October 24th, 2005 in Detroit, Michigan at the age of 92. Let's see. Dr. Carter G. Woodson began Negro History Week, the forerunner to Black History Month. Dr. Woodson was a noted historian, journalist, author, and founder of the Association for the Study of African American Life and History. Man, y'all got a bonus right there. Y'all got a bonus right there. All right. That is the Black History Minute. And, don't take my word for it. Dig that, man. We do that every Sunday on Let's Talk to Black Life, man. Anybody else teaching you about Black history? Oh, okay. I just want to know. Just wanted to know. All right, let's get moving, y'all. Let's get moving. Bravo with Sheila Network. Shout out to Bravo with Sheila Network. Shout out to Sheila. Hey, man, you guys want to go and get some information, man? She had a good sister talking about healthy eating, man. And shout out to that sister, by the way, man. I forgot her name, but yeah, man, y'all need to go over there and check out Sheila, man. She's got some good stuff going on over there, man. Shout out to Sheila, man. If you haven't already subscribed to her, go on over to Bravo with Sheila Network, man, and go check that out, man. Go over there and check her out. Shout out to Sheila. Good to see you, Sheila. All right, man. Okay, so we did the Black History Month. I think we ready to get into our what do you call that? Ready to get into our main topic, man. Our main issue that we're gonna have here. Let's see. Let me see. All right, here we go, y'all. Here we go. Now, a lot of times we keep saying, man, is Black history. Black history. Excuse me. Black men. Are Black men dangerous? Are they creating a danger to the environment? Are they? Oh, of course, you're welcome, Sheila. Are they creating a? No. I need to do something else real quick, y'all. Hold on. I'm trying to do a bunch of different things right now. Hold on. Clarence, come on, man. I'm coming, man. I'm kind of trying to do something here. Try do some. Remember Tyrese? Do some, baby boy. Do some. Dude's flinched that he's about to. Oh man, do some. All right, let's see. We go to here we go. Okay, I got that taken care of. All right, y'all. Are black men really that violent? Are they Are they? I mean, do we need to change from the patriarchy to the matriarchy? That's Pencella's selling point, right? Or are they just so violent? Well, is she right about the violence? Let's see. Let's see if she's right about the violence.
Developing at midday, a 19-year-old woman is dead after being shot in the head. Thank you for joining us. I'm Andy Sirota. Pasadena police are now searching for her ex-boyfriend. Investigators believe 20-year-old Juan Carlos Mata fired those shots at the Oak Village Apartments in Pasadena before taking off. KPRC2's Sabira Rayford is live at the complex where she spoke to the victim's family. Sabira.
Andy, police say it was the family who made the 911 call for help. Police say they got here within 2 minutes, but it was too late.
Our family's in a lot of shock and in a lot of pain right now.
Lourdes Martinez says her family's pain is indescribable. She says last night her parents found her sister, 19-year-old Leslie Reyes, shot to death just steps away from their family apartment.
Once they came out to the parking lot, they just saw people running.
Pasadena police believe this is the man behind the trigger, 20-year-old Juan Carlos Mata.
They were together, I believe, a little bit over a year. But then they ended it due to, it being a toxic relationship. And I'm not sure what got into him that made him commit this crime.
Investigators say Mata showed up to the apartment around 6 or 7 in the evening looking for Reyes. He was waiting on her to return from her job at O'Reilly's Auto Parts. They were last seen talking in the parking lot, and then it escalated.
They then went out looking for her. And they started hearing some arguing.
Police say he shot Reyes in the head, fired a couple of shots in the air, and took off on foot, leaving his car behind and Reyes' family devastated.
Okay. Okay, y'all. Do we need manhood training? Can we agree on that? Can we agree on that? Right? Can we agree? We need some manhood training. Our young men are out here, man, and they are destroying these women, man. Right? And help me understand this, y'all. I can't even understand this. What do they think is going to happen? What do they think is going to happen? This is Vaughn. This is Pasadena, suburb of Houston, Texas. But what do these young men think is going to happen? Okay, I'm going to murk the girl. Now what? I don't see, but the reason why they don't have no critical thinking skills. These young men don't have no critical thinking skills, man. They just out here doing whatever, right? Why? Because they grow up in a society that tells them that, matter of fact, let me show y'all. Let me show y'all what they had to deal with, man. Let me show you what they had to look at. Let me show y'all what they had to look at, man. This is let me do this. Let me do this, y'all. Let me do this. Because we want to see. We want to see, man. Okay. All right. Let's look at this. Let's look at a little bit of this, man. This is what your daughters are looking at.
Can't believe I used to mess with you, poppin' playing bees, cause I ain't playing to be stuck with your man. I see you still kicking with them pop. I'm the only reason that your goofy self got women. All them girls wanna look like me. She most likely only mess with you just to spite me. So please don't get it twisted. I ain't tripping. I never put my faith in them. Boy, I'm a die independent. If you was wondering, yeah, boy, I'm.
This is what your daughters are looking at.
Booty like a pillow, he could use it while he's sleeping. Don't be going through my phone, cause that's the old me. Ain't the only one trying to be my one and only. Real thing. He a player, but for making me cutting the whole team that body. Looking nice. I got cake and I know you want a slice. I wish you would try to put me on ice. I ain't never had to chase in my life. I want that. Still under my bed and keep me up. That hand sling.
That's Megan Thee Stallion. This is what she coming for your daughter. She's coming for my granddaughter. Megan Thee Stallion. She's coming to get our children and pull them into this web of sex, premature sex and eroticism. She coming. But this is what our young men are looking at. So they think, hey, woman is just a possession you have sex with. They don't even know how to interact with a woman in a proper way where, you're a team. You can get things done. They don't even know how to do it. Here we are, man. We trying to put it out there, man. We trying to make it happen. We got a facility. Did y'all see that? I made a video, man, where the dude was nice enough to let me walk through the facility, man, take measurements, take pictures and all that. He was nice enough to let me do that. Right? But here I see, but the lease, $50,000 costs for the annual payment of the lease. Come on, y'all. We got to get busy. I'm not saying any one of y'all dig in y'all pocket, give me $50,000, but I mean, $5 here, $5 there, $10 there. That'll add up. It added up when we bought the backpacks, right? It'll add up. Right? Rico said, Bro C, we have to be honest that music is not made for children. The problem is children have access to it. I agree that the music is not made for children, right? But it's just like you say all the time, Rico, we need better gun laws, right? Guns ain't made for the children, but the children are getting to them, right? Maybe if we would figure out a way to run our society where only guns were only used in military action, and they were totally off limits in the country, maybe that will make a difference on some of these deaths, right? Rico said, or should this be censored from adults who may appreciate it? I don't think it should be I think C. Dolores Tucker's vision of a separation between stuff that kids got access to and stuff that's just for adults. I think we should figure that one out. I think we should put something in place where your children know they shouldn't do that. Now, there's a lot of children that say, oh, I shouldn't do it, I'm gonna go do it, right? But I think we'd have a better separation of how to live, because as long as we have the Megans, the Stallions, and the Cardi B's and the Nicki Minaj's out there, our daughters are going to be saying, man, people like her. I want people to like me like they like her. Well, then I'm going to have to do like she do to get people to like me like they like her. I think her message of promiscuity, right? Or Clarence, they're just doing it for adults. They're not talking for women. I say even for adults. Promiscuity is dangerous, period. It's a period. What is promiscuity? That is you open to the idea of random sex with random people at almost any time with no standard by which you will eliminate almost anyone. Right? Yeah, but see, Rico, these companies like Doritos and Budweiser, they got more money than God, right? They can do whatever they want to do. Plus, they got a good lobby. That's another thing we got to talk about, y'all. Do you want to give Biden 4 more years? Do you want to give Trump 4 more years? Who do you think could guide us, when I say us, the country, the United States of America, into a better financial situation? Biden or Trump? These are questions we got to ask ourselves. And if they will, what are going to be the stingers involved? What I mean when I say stingers, what is going to be the stuff that you're going to have to deal with by having this person in office, right? Ain't nothing's for free, right? So you vote Biden in office, there's going to be some stingers there. There'll be some things you're going to have to deal with. Same thing with Trump. You vote Trump in office, going to be some stingers there. Going to be some things you're going to have to deal with. But that's another conversation. We need to have that conversation real soon. But we're talking about right now, man, why are men all crazy? Why are men so crazy about sex? Why are they all sex crazy? Well, they watching this kind of stuff. They see sex with almost everything, right? Rick said, we all worship commercialism. In the Black community, it's about getting to the bag. So how do we critique selling sex? Well, see, the thing is, that's not how we are supposed to work. You're supposed to work with what's good for you and do the best thing for you. But in a society like this, where sex is the top of everything. Sex is at the top of everything, right? Sex is what everybody's trying to get to, access to people that want to have sex with them the way they want to have it, right? That's most men's dream, is I could find somebody who's I'm sexually attracted to that wants to have sex with me the way I want to have it, right? Yeah, sex does sell. I'm not denying that, Rico, but I'm saying we need to, if we can get young black men, if we can get black men to back out of that understanding and say, yeah, sex does sell, but I'm not going to buy stuff just because you put a sexy woman on the cover. I got to investigate it. I got to see what's going on, right? I got to see what's happening. And then we got to say to ourselves, okay, when we see our children getting involved in stuff and we see that it was brought to them based on selling sex, we got to sit them down and have a conversation with them. Hey, man, you can't just move out on stuff just because sex is out there. That's what we need to do. Are we going to do that? I don't know. But so far, it's Priscilla right. Are we doing as men, are we doing these things that are causing an issue? Are we? No, we're not. I mean, yes, we are, right? We're doing these things that's causing an issue. So now we got to say to ourselves, okay, how can we change that? That's what I'm talking about, the manhood training. We got to get that manhood training out there, man, because so many of our young men, man, they don't know where to go. They don't have no place to go. They don't want to go to the church. They feel like the church is full of hypocrites. I'm talking about, this is how they feel. They see so many scandals in the church, they feel like, man, they hypocrites in there. I don't want to go in there. I need somebody who's going to talk to me straight. They don't want to go in the mosque because the discipline is so high in there, they don't want to be in there, right? I see all these beautiful women, but I can't just go knocking them off. So the discipline is too high in there, so they don't want to go in there. Plus, they had the same problem in there, man. When they start getting down to it, they start realizing, man, these people just real people with real issues, right? So where do they go? The street. They go to the street. Where the street, they can get all this information in the street. We got to do something about this family. We got to do something about this family. All right, let's take Megan Thee Stallion down. Let's see what else were we gonna talk about? I got one more, man. One more video I want to. Okay, I got one more video, man. Then we're gonna get up out of here, y'all, because I'm feeling it, man. I'm kind of y'all can see I'm kind of weak, man. I'm feeling it a little bit today. But we're gonna go through this real quick, man. Oh, let me do this one. Let me do this one instead of that. Let's do this one. I know y'all heard about this one, right? Let's do this one. Let's see. This one is a real bad. This is a real terrible one, man. Oh man, they're all terrible, man. But I mean, this one is really just, oh man, it's ugly situation, man. All right, let's see. All right, y'all, let's get into it. Let's get to it.
WWL Louisiana News at Noon begins with breaking news.
Good afternoon, I'm Lily Cummings. Thank you for watching WWL Louisiana. 3 teenagers have pleaded guilty for their roles in the violent carjacking that killed Linda Fricky. The incident happened more than a year and a half ago in March 2020. The entire city was shocked by the video of the carjacking, where Linda can be seen dragged by her own car. The 3 teens made their pleas this morning right before jury selection was set to begin for their trial. Mike McDaniel was in criminal court all morning and joins us now with those details. Mike.
Hey there, Lily. Family members of Linda Fricky told me they were pretty much surprised by these plea deals, but that they are very happy that these 3 teens have now finally admitted their guilt in this case. 17-year-old Benaya Baker, 16-year-old Lanira Theophile, and Markel Curtis all pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of attempted manslaughter and were sentenced to 20 years. Now, they will be given credit for time served since this crime initially happened, and they will be held in juvenile detention until they become adults. They were initially charged as adults with second-degree murder and faced a life sentence. A 4th defendant in this case, 18-year-old John Honore, did not make a plea deal, so he will go to trial. 73-year-old Fricky was killed more than a year and a half ago in March of 2022 when prosecutors say the teens carjacked her and then dragged her with their own.
By the way, the last defendant, John Honore, he should have took a plea deal. These three of them took a plea deal, and they got 20 years. The guy, John Honore, decided to go to trial. Life in prison, no parole. I don't know what this dude was thinking. And sometimes, man, they blame the lawyer, but sometimes the lawyer, you trying to tell somebody, man, and they just will not do it. They just ain't going to do it. And it's probably a youngster thought, hey, man, I could talk my way out of this. Put me on the stand. I'll convince them. Okay. You on video carjacking somebody, but you're going to talk your way out of that. Anyway, they gave that brother life in prison. He should have took the 20 years, right? You would have probably did half of that, probably do 10 and a half or somewhere in there. But he thought he was slick. His slickness got him a life sentence. At least the other 3, they admitted what they did. They showed remorse, and they admitted, and they probably was going to, testify against him. But he just was like relentless. Like, I'm going to just say I wasn't me. It wasn't there. I wasn't it. It wasn't me. But this is how dumb we are, y'all. This is how dumb we are. Our young men are just silly. You got 3 defendants that's already took plea deals and they already got 20 years. You better get your ass up there and get you a plea deal, right? You going to fight it after the 3 of them have already admitted that they did it? Come on, dog. But hey, sometimes we think we can talk. We think we can talk and talk and talk and talk our way out of it. But this stuff begs the question, is Princella right? If we had a matriarchy, would all this crime stop? If we had a matriarchy, would all this crime and violence against women, would it just stop? Let me tell you my opinion, and then we're going to get up out of here. My opinion is no. It wouldn't stop. Nothing's going to stop until you have to get, I don't care what you call it, patriarchy, matriarchy, whatever you want to call it, as long as the value system values sex over a Quiet Storm, if you want to come up here and tell me why she's right, I would appreciate that. But as long as this value system values sex over virtue, then you're never gonna have anything. I don't care who you put in office, you can put Princella take Princella to the White House today. Nothing's gonna change because the value system of the population is the same. And the wicked among us use your values, what you value, to govern you and rule over you. They use what you value. You value sex, they will use sex to rule over you. Why do you think there's so many dating apps? Because these people keep telling you, ain't nothing wrong with you. See, I got the answers here, but you just ain't on the right dating app. You just ain't fishing out of the right pool. See, they tell you your clothes are wrong. Hey, you ain't got the right clothes. Come on over here to my clothing place, and come on over here to Gucci store. You get yourself right. Right? You ain't got the right car. Come on over here to the Maserati dealership, right? Then when you have the right car, then everything's gonna work out. You ain't got the right house. See, you got the wrong zip code. See, you got to be in the right zip code, and everything's gonna work out. And it's people every day getting divorced with all that money, with that big old house, with that big old car. They're getting divorced every day or breaking up every day. It's not that. It's the value system. Quiet Storm, please come on up here. Please come on up here if you have a minute. If you might be in transitioning by, but if you have a minute, I think Priscilla is right. Like I said, I think she's right. There's a certain group of women that have proven that they are incompetent at sexually selecting for themselves in the heterosexual marketplace. But that's the only thing I agree with her on. Everything else is out the window, right? What's going on, Bolo TV?
What's the dilly, yo? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right, man. I caught a little cold, man. So that cough medicine got me, man. Now it's trying to pull me back down, man. That cough medicine, Bolo. I got to get out of here. Ain't no 6 hours today, man. We get up out of here.
Snow is coming.
How about you, man?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. I'm alive. The Lord gave me another day to put both my feet on the ground, so I'm good.
That's it, man.
I cannot complain.
Well, Bolo, what you got to say, man? What's going on here, man? What you think?
Madness is going on.
Yeah,
madness.
Definitely.
We have people functioning in their torment, their trauma, and they're trying to figure it out, and they're doing it on their own. They're not going to seek help. They're not going to professionals to help them out of their that merry-go-round of pain, and they're functioning in it. And unfortunately, they're trauma bonding. Trauma bonding doesn't only happen with relationships; it also happens with friendships. It also happens with gatherings. So, Priscilla has this following of women that have been hurt, women that have been done wrong, or women that pick wrong, and she has a following. Hey, she also have she have men following her. Trauma bonding transcends gender. You know what I'm saying? I'm hurt because no one in that group is going to hold each other accountable.
Agreed.
Everyone in that group is going to say, yeah, it was his fault, or yeah, it was her fault. You were right. You know why? Because if you hold me accountable, guess what I'm going to do to you? I'm going to hold you accountable, and then our friendship severs. So, again, like I say, all the time, what I notice is, she never ceases to plug her books, and she never ceases. she never ceases to, give these quotes or these analyses that she picks out. They're all from men. If men are the devil, I don't hear her quoting nothing from women. All of the books that she pull out are from men. Everything.
That's what I said.
So, if men are the devil and men don't know how to think, and everything that, like she says, the male. I love the way she talks. She sounds like a pimp. The male is not concerned about love. Oh my God. Even in the intonation of her voice, she's not a stupid woman. She knows that, in the intonation of her voice, it's a male dominant attraction and vibration and frequency, right? Because women are used to being women speak with high tone. So what does she do? She speaks in a low tone. Well, I'm not gonna get upset. She's not stupid, but people that are, in trauma. Now, again, she has a high IQ in her trauma because she's knowing how to use it to benefit of those truly who seek help, right? So that makes her demonic also. Let's just call it what it is. That makes her demonic as hell. She ain't no she's no different from these pastors that are out here in the streets, telling you that I need a G4, telling you that I need this, I need that. Because I find it funny that I've said this and I'll say it again to you. It's crazy how these women that say that they don't need men, and they say that men are evil, men don't know how to love, are the same women that need men to back up their movement.
Yeah. Or like I said earlier, if you really feel that men are so bad, why are you letting your daughter see your husband? I mean, you should be holding your daughter hostage from your husband, right? But she herself said, we have a good relationship. My daughter has a good relationship with my husband. I thought men wasn't capable of love.
No, she's been hurt. She's been hurt, and she
Yeah,
doesn't
definitely.
she doesn't know how to come out of it. So she's just gonna function in it. It's just like when you have it's easy for a dude that, for example, it's easy for a cat that used to swim. I forget his name, but he was competing, and I think he was like number 30, 40. He was somewhere. He wasn't in the top 10. Soon as he transitioned, he became the top in the women's league.
Yeah.
Soon as he transitioned.
Yeah.
You have these dudes or these women that are unable to function in what we would call reality. So what they do, this society that we called America has constructed a false reality of you just being what and who you want to be, and we're not going to hold nothing against you. We're not going to hold you to a universal standard. Just do what you want and be who you want. Just be gender fluid. Today you want to be a woman, tomorrow be a banana. Tomorrow. So when you have these men, that go in, there's a school over here in New Jersey where you have 3 black kids that have transitioned, right? Black boys, they were born black boys, and now, they're moving as black women, black girls. And they're in this high school. Everybody, was backing them and saying that they are so strong and to do what they're doing. Now, all 3 of these black kids joined the track team. And all 3 of these black kids were taking all the scholarships. They were coming in 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
So now these white parents, white mothers in particular, who triumph their strength in coming out on who they are, now start paying full price for colleges, and now they're saying it's not fair.
Yeah.
Now it's not fair.
Yeah.
Well, to every action there's a reaction.
Hey, Bolo.
Yes, sir.
Bolo.
Yo.
Let me address something real quick, man. I'm gonna address this Quiet Storm 46. Okay, she said the problem men are having is you all say the same thing. So you all prove her point. What point are we proving, Quiet Storm? If you want to hit that link is for you, Quiet Storm, or anybody that feels the same way you feel. You want to come up here and defend Princella's points? Please, by all means, come up here. We're not going to argue with you and fuss at you, nothing. We just going to question you. If you don't mind being questioned. See, that's the problem I have. I've invited Princella over here many times, but she doesn't want to be questioned. Not by somebody she get questioned by somebody like Jay Prince, something like that. But she ain't gonna come over here and get questions because she get destroyed. She will get destroyed over here. So that's why she's not coming. And I understand that. She got books to sell. She's got events to sell. Why would she come over here and just have her whole situation destroyed? But I don't know what point we're proving. Name one point that we're proving. Name one point that we're proving. You don't even have to come up. You want to just put in the chat, Quiet Storm, name a point that we're proving of Princellas. I will admit that I'm proving this point. I agree with her that we need a zone of protection for the incompetent. I will agree with her with that. But that's it. That's as far as I go. All right, Brother Bolo, I just want to address Quiet Storm real quick and invite her up here. Shout out to Patrice, by the way.
Listen, it's easy to hide behind the words. Then when you have to come up on stage and prove facts and come with, experience and understanding and be able to articulate, your thoughts, that's a whole different thought process. See, the thing that Princella does is she has to allow you to just be quiet and let her run her race. She's not going to allow you to stop in certain places and say, okay, hold on 1 second. I don't want you to go on a 10-minute diatribe. Let's just deal one at a time. And then, we can continue because I want to understand what you're saying in its totality. So I don't want you to give me a whole bunch of stuff and then I got to start sifting through it because I'm getting older. I forget stuff, so I want to really understand your thought process. And I think, again, I know, again, that gentleman, I forget the name of the pastor, Tim Ross, or whatever the hell his name was,
Yeah.
he dropped the ball, you know, he dropped the ball in that instance when she was opening up to the relationships that she's been in. You know, what he was doing was he was giving feel good pastoring. Okay, feel good pastoring. I'm going to
Feel
give
good
you,
pastoring?
yeah. I'm not going to tell you what you need to hear. I'm going to tell you what you want to hear. You dig? And that's
All
what
right.
he was giving her. So he didn't stop her to say, Prince Ella, with all the men that you talked about, from 1 to 4, because you gave us 4 examples, the common denominator in that relationship outside of your father was you. Was you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it goes into what you were saying earlier. So is the problem, because we have to understand that nothing can be pulled out of you that is not in you. This is why the devil, Satan, went to Eve and not Adam.
Mm.
Because what he saw in Eve was what he had in himself.
Mm.
You understand? So
Mm.
he pulled that out of her. So in other words, what they already had, he convinced her that they didn't.
Mm.
Okay? So what Adam did, which he shouldn't have, he put his woman above God.
Man.
That's what he did. He didn't check her. And even when it got to the point where God, and understand this, God didn't call for the woman. This goes to them brothers that keep saying that women need to have the same accountability as men. He didn't call for the woman, even though the woman was the one that sinned. He called for the head. He called for the husband.
Yeah.
He called for the king.
Yeah.
He called for the president, the dictator, all these different names these guys take. He called for you. Why? Because I left you in charge. So that goes to show you that even in her folly, even when she falls, doesn't mean that she ain't gonna be dealt with. Doesn't mean that she ain't gonna be punished and reprimanded for what she's done. It still comes up under your covering, my G.
Yeah.
So you have to understand that. Now, if you don't want that covering, which is cool, if you don't want that responsibility, then don't be a husband. Don't be a father. Stay single. Then all you have to do is worry about yourself. And that's not even true. You still got to worry about your community. You still got to worry about your brothers and sisters.
Should.
You should. But if that's the thought process that you want to be in, then don't take someone under your wing that you have to protect, not only physically, provide not only monetarily, but spiritually, emotionally, physically and mentally.
Right.
We get so caught up into men only have to provide when it comes monetarily, right? Monetary. That's the only thing we provide. No, we provide a lot more. We provide emotional stability. We provide order.
Yeah.
We provide so much. But here's the thing with women. It sounds like in this, this day and age, women want to be treated like children. They don't want to go out and work. They want to stay home and be babied as a child. What they want to be. And in this society, we push that women are supposed to be taken care of. Where the hell do you get that from? Because Proverbs 31, the virtuous woman worked. She didn't stay home. She went out to work like the merchant ship. Okay? Like and merchant ships leave early. They don't leave late.
Right.
So where do these guys get this? No, she added. She multiplied what the man had. And that's how it was a team. Is we worked together. She understood. How can she understand the mechanics of how things work if she's not involved in it? She can't. So that, it doesn't make sense to what these people are kicking. And when you sit down and dissect it really slowly, not fast, but slowly, this is where their whole breakdown starts to fall apart. This is why they talk so quick. They don't talk so quick. They don't want you to be able to, this is why, listen, if you go to buy a house and that real estate broker takes you to a home in the dark at 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night, okay, or early in the morning, and there's no power, there's a problem. They don't want you to see how the neighborhood is when people are out walking and gallivanting and doing certain things. and they don't want you to see what really is in that house. They're going to tell you it's solid wood cabinets when it's really veneer. So they're going to do shady practices. So you have to be aware of your surroundings. You can't blame the man for taking advantage of you when you allowed him to do it. You can't blame the woman for taking advantage of you because you allow her to do it. If you want to
If
call
you're aware,
that's
if you're aware, because let me say this, man, because I think that you're right. If you're aware of it and you saying to yourself, hey, I'm just gonna be with this person because, you know, I know they're gonna do this and that, but you know, this is all I think I deserve. And yeah, you can't, but I think Bolo, a lot of our women in particular, man, they're just so clueless on what a good man looks like, man. They just don't know, man. They think any man that's gonna spend more than 2 days with me in a row, he's a good dude, you know what I mean? Or I deserve this. And they don't know. They don't know. And then a lot of our young men, they don't know. They don't know how to treat a woman, right? You gotta know how to treat somebody, man. Be with them for 20 years, 30 years. You gotta know how to treat somebody.
Well, these cats,
right?
They're rushing into relationships when they themselves don't know how to treat themselves.
Yeah. So I just wanted to include that group as well in what you was talking about.
But yeah, I mean, you have to understand that, you know, because you're ignorant of the law doesn't absolve you from the punishment of the law.
There you go. That's the first thing they tell you when you get to court, huh? That's what they tell you when you get to traffic court.
So even though you didn't know what a 304 was, you decided to throw your hand in that damn game. And you wind up winning. And you won. So you can't blame her for doing what she does. You got to blame yourself that you wasn't up on game. You're to blame. See how it comes right back? You're to blame, my G. But the problem is this society doesn't teach us to look in the mirror and say, yes, I'm to blame.
Yeah, definitely do not.
So you're saying it's my fault? Yes. Yes, saying it's your fault. Absolutely, she is what she is. You know what I'm saying? She was what she was. You went dumpster diving, right? You decided to get out your bed and go into the dumpster.
Right.
She was there already. You found her. She showed you what she was, but in your delusion and thinking that you can change it because you were caught up in how she looked and you wasn't caught up in how her spirit was, you got caught up in the okie doke.
That's a good point. Good point.
And it's vice versa. It's the same thing with the women that go to these dudes that play PlayStation all day. You knew what he was. You thought you could change him if you gave him a child. Didn't work. You gave him 2 children. Didn't work.
Right.
Now you blame him. No, he tricked me. How did he trick you? The dude didn't play. He didn't go to work before you put him. So how do you, that's the problem. The problem is that people are not taking accountability and responsibility for what they do. And I know it's not easy to do that, but they're not.
Yeah. And you know, it's like, especially for the women, man, you know, they should be letting the see back in the day, our family, you had to bring the person home, right? Run them bring them to the dinner table, sit them down. Pops would say, hey, Pops would talk to the dude. And, you know, we just want to see if you can have a conversation. You got any manners? You got table manners? You got just simple things like that would let us know, hey, get rid of this person, right? But nowadays, man, because the father's not there, no father, no table. I just did a video like that the other day. No father, no table, right? So you don't have no place. The dinner table was a place of accountability in the Black community, right? Everybody sat down at the table. Your father went to all the children around. He went around the table. What did you do today? What did you do today, Bolo? What did you do? I got an A on the test. All right then. You never got a smile. You just got an all right then, right? That's what you're supposed to do. But like you said, the father brings the staff, the rule, the standard by which everything of acceptance of behavior, of doing your chores, doing your things. He set all that up. But when the father's not there, it's hard, it's difficult to set that all up, man. Hold on, Bolo. Let me address Quiet Storm again. She said, Quiet Storm says, that's why women should keep their legs closed. Yes, they should. I agree with you with that, Quiet Storm. Women do not need to put themselves in no-win situation with men. We agreed on that, Quiet Storm. We are definitely agreed on that comment. Absolutely. But the problem is women are not doing that. That's the problem. Am I right, Bo?
Absolutely right. And you know what's so crazy? In that statement that you made, you can hear the thought process. At least I can, from what she's saying, right? It's not coming from a place of understanding that both of us are sick, right?
Right.
She's coming from the position that women need to stay away from men. When men need to stay away from women. See, the difference between us and what they do is that we're equal opportunity shooters. We'll shoot at a woman the same way we'll shoot at a man. At the end of the day, truth is truth. It doesn't matter who you are, what your relationship is, and how close a proximity you might be. But when this chick talks, and I'm not talking about Quiet Storm, I'm talking about Priscilla. When this woman speaks, she only speaks towards what men do. And then what she'll speak to is the folly and how evil men are. And then she'll say the effect of what their evil has done to women. She doesn't speak about the folly of women and how the effect of women not being in their feminine has affected the dynamic of the family. Here it is. You're supposed to be a woman and you're given the vibration of a man.
Yeah.
You're speaking the intonation of a man.
Yeah.
You know, you move like a man, but you want to zero equals zero. But again, people that are hurt, people that don't want to grow, people that don't want accountability and responsibility will look at it and say, that makes sense. This is why you have a 60-year-old man dressing up as a woman to meet a 13-year-old girl. Because he can't handle the mental gymnastics.
Did you see that? Did you see that?
Absolutely. That he would have to go through to meet a woman of his age. So it's easier for him to meet a 13-year-old because he doesn't have to think too much. Right? He just does it.
Let me ask you something, brother. Because you and I, we are very similar, man. We have had experiences with grown men, and they pretty much broken down in our arms. So I have a lot of those experiences. You have a lot of those experiences, brother. So let me ask you, what would make a 61-year-old man put on a dress and a wig and entice a child to meet him in the parking lot of McDonald's so they can have sex? What has happened to somebody like that?
Well, I mean, if you want to give the answer scientifically, mental depression, depravity, maybe molestation. But if you just want to go and give the answer from the streets, he's out of his damn mind.
You know what?
If you want to give it from the streets, he's out of his mind.
Yeah, definitely.
So, there's a lot of things that can, it's like, there's a lot of things that can cause someone to go left. A lot. Again, the reason why we have these children that don't understand relationships, that don't understand what they need to do in relationships and getting caught up in what a parent is supposed to be, patience and things of that nature, is you're introducing them to adult feelings and adult experiences at an early time when they don't even understand who they are. They don't understand where they need to move, how they need to move. They don't understand how to, respond to one another. They don't have a relationship, a decent relationship with the environment that they're brought into. But you're bringing in a drag queen to read to them that Mary has two mothers at the age of 4, and that's okay. You're putting books in the library that, a little girl can make you taste her goo to her brother. You're sensitizing them, and you're introducing them into a world that their brain can't comprehend or decipher. You're making this something that's normal when it's not. It's not normal.
Yeah.
It's not. And this is why they're bypassing the parents and going right directly to the child, right? Because after we're gone and the generation right behind us, it's a free-for-all at that point.
Yeah.
It's a free-for-all. And that's the problem. That's the issue. You know, these
So-
cats, they need to be helped.
So, let me just ask your opinion on something. All right. Shout out to Willie Dean, by the way, man. Glad to have you in the building, Willie Dean. Good to see you, brother. You guys, if you guys haven't bought Willie Dean's book, Sister Annie's not here right now, but man, if you guys can get Willie Dean's book, man, go look up his book, man. He got a good book out there, good children's book. All right, I'm asking Quiet Storm to come up. Quiet Storm, we don't want to argue with you. We do not. All we want to do is talk to you and just conversate with you, and because we have a difference of opinion. But that's what we do over here, man. We know. Same thing at Bolo TV, the Village, man. We're not going to argue with you. We're not trying to argue with you. We just want to use logic, walk this thing down a logical path of deduction, right? Okay, this is like one of many times I'm inviting Princella to come over here if she's up. But I don't think she wants to deal with us at all. But I don't want her people to say, you scared of her. You won't even invite her over here. I've invited her many times. I got many videos that I've invited her, and I've personally invited her by emailing her and asking her to come over here and discuss some of the stuff. So I've invited her on many occasions, man. If she looks at it, she one thing she can't say is we were ducking her, right? We were never ducking her. It's the other way around. But anyway, I want to ask my brother Bolo something, right? Okay. Her thing is, we need a matriarchy. You know what a matriarchy is, brother?
Woman leadership.
Okay, basically, right? Okay, so she says that we need total women leadership as opposed to male, leadership, right? Okay. Do you think that would be a good impact if we as men just said, okay, look, we're not building no more houses. We're not building no more skyscrapers. We're not fixing these elevators. We're not building no more hospitals. You guys do it. We staying at home. All of us just decide, hey, look, we gonna stay home. We'll leave the babies with us, right? We'll be in a PTA meeting. Do you think that would be a positive effect or a negative effect, brother? Or what do you think? I don't want to lead you. What do you think would happen?
Do you want me to give you the politically correct answer, or do you want me to give you the Bolo answer?
I want the Bolo answer, always.
Hell no. Hell no. You should keep that. Keep it. I don't want to be in a place where it's ran by women. Keep it. I promise you, keep it. Keep it. I don't want to be. Now, I'll visit once in a while. I ain't going to stay. You think men are out of order? Imagine women running the earth. It'll be worse. 100%.
Oh my God.
Worse. Again, sin was technically, if we look at it, sin came into the earth through Eve. Okay?
Right.
It was solidified when Adam did it because order was given to Adam.
Right.
If men can't get it right, damn it, ain't no woman going to get it right. I promise you that. So if you want to rock out and be in a utopia that's led by a matriarch, go right ahead. Go right ahead. Count me out like New Edition. Remember that record, New Edition?
What you know about New Edition, man? You don't know about no New Edition, man.
Again, this is the thing. Everything you said, you prefaced it before you asked me the question. You're allowed to speak the way you speak because of the construct that was built by men. Period.
Agreed.
You're allowed to speak that way. You're allowed to say, we don't need no man. Well, go to Afghanistan right now. Go to Ukraine right now, where there's war. Go to Iraq right now, Iran right now, and say, I don't need no man. Go ahead, go. Go.
Okay, hold on, Bolo. Before you get on the road, Quiet Storm is saying, hey, are you both happy with the current system? Well, let me talk for me, and then I'm going to let Bolo talk for itself. So am I happy with the current system? No, I'm not. I'm not happy with the society and the value system that the society thrust upon our young black men. I'm not happy because we see the results of that, where these young men can't even take an L. They can't even be told by a woman, hey, I don't want to be with you no more. They want to go and get a gun and murk the girl and murk the kids and murk themselves. It's ridiculous, right? But this is a socialization of a wicked society on them. I am not happy with the current system. But we're not saying, well, at least me. Let me talk for me. Bolo will clearly explain his own position. But my position is, I'm not willing to throw, good money out the bad, right? So if this system ain't working, and right now we got, in my opinion, the better situation going. If we switch to another situation that's even worse than this situation, how's that going to be better? So am I happy? No, I'm not happy, but I don't think a matriarchy would be an improvement. Now, Brother Polo can tell you his answer.
Now, see, again, I tell you that Brother Clarence gives such a better answer than I. I am not as articulate as he is. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you, hell no, I ain't happy with this situation. This has nothing to do with it being male-dominated or woman-dominated. This is about sin running the earth.
Agreed.
When you turn away from God. That's what this is.
Agreed.
This male and female thing is just a device that Satan is using to keep our eyes off him and focus on each other. The same way this black and white. This ain't a black and white war. It's about the cats that have and the people that don't have. The have-nots and the haves. That's what this is. So, but to keep the people emotional, they give us these trigger words and give us all of these things that keep us emotional. If you could keep us controlled emotionally, 3/4 of the job is done. There's only a few people that you're going to have to go out there and physically grab in the dark. But the other 99% of it, they're good. Yeah. So no, I'm not happy with the way this earth is being ran. I tell you at Bolo TV, I pray for this earth to burn. I pray for it to burn. I wouldn't piss on it to put it out. But now, if I have to pick the lesser of two evils, would I rather women running the earth or men running the earth? I'm going to pick men. Because at least, here in Babylon, right? USA, under Satan's authority is what USA stands for. At least they give you the similitude of there being order, even though we know America has no order, right? At least they give you the thought process that there is order, that there is. So to give that over to women, nah, I wouldn't. But no, I'm not happy with the state that the world is in. And it has nothing to do with men or women. It's about man, meaning men and women, have turned away from God. And this is what you get when you take God out of the construct of daily living.
Agreed. And that's I think our main issue with Quiet Storm. That's our main issue with Princella, is that her solution is not God-based. You're going to have a God-based solution in this wicked situation. You're going to have a God-based situation. And because she doesn't have a God-based solution, her solution is lesbian heaven, in my opinion, based on what she's been saying. And so that is not going to cover it. That's not going to get it. And that's not going to all of a sudden, it's not going to all of a sudden fix all the problems that we have in. You know what I mean? It's just another type of tyranny, in my opinion, if she wants to set that up. So, but I would rather talk to Princella directly, but I can't. I can't get in touch with her. I've offered her many olive branches to reach out. I've reached out to her many times. I've invited her over here many times. She's been on platforms that don't even have 8 people on at one time, but she's not going to come over here. And I understand that. Why? Because any one of us would destroy her, right? I understand it. So I don't want to end her, because I think she has one good idea. I think her one good idea is the zone of protection for incompetent women that have proven consistently, I cannot sexually select for myself. I keep selecting Pookies, Ray Rays, violent attackers, violent men, sexual deviants. I keep selecting these guys. What's wrong? Oh, and Priscilla said, it's not you, it's the men, right? No, it's the type of men you're selecting.
She wants you to continue functioning in your dysfunction. You know what's so crazy, Brother Clarence? Thanos said something that flew over a lot of people's heads, right? I'm a Marvel guy. I love Marvel movies. I collect the comics and all that stuff. So when you look at the Infinity Gauntlet, which they dumbed down a whole lot, they made Thanos look like a good guy. They made him look like a good guy. If you look at it, right in the comic book, Thanos was an evil dude. Thanos had to prove his love to death, so he killed his whole race to prove his love to death. Death is an entity, a female entity that he fell in love with. But in the movie, aside from the comic, he said, listen, the universe is getting too crowded, right? And no one wants to do nothing about it. Everyone's complaining, and no one is doing nothing about it. Now that I stand up and want to do something about it, you cats got a problem. You guys got a problem. And I'm using this to say that everyone cries and sighs for the abomination that happens on this. Everyone. The women are talking about being lesbians. The men are talking about going to third world countries and using their wallets to go get chicks. Not all of them, but most of them. No one is looking at the problem. Everyone is trying to function in their dysfunction. And the solution to the problem is God. I don't understand what's hard about that. I don't understand. Let's all stop where we at. The worst thing you can do in a riot is just run. I tell my children this all the time. The worst thing you can do is run. Find out where the madness is coming from, because you might run into it. Right. All you're doing is contributing to the madness. The worst thing you can do when you're lost is to continue walking around and get more lost. Stay the hell where you are and try to figure out where you're at so that you have some type of direction in which way to go. What we're doing is we're lost and we're continuing to walk in our losthood, and we're getting further and further and further away from the light. And we're blaming the light, for us walking away from it ourselves. We're blaming God and we're walking away from God. It's God's fault. But you're choosing to walk away from him. You're trying to omit men and women having a relationship and saying that we should live in a utopia where women rule. Have you guys ever had women go to a dinner together and see the madness that happens when they just go out together? Can you imagine women in parliament? Imagine that? Talking about orders and talking about, what money we're going to use and this, that, and the third. No, I'm good. I don't want it. Women weren't made to lead. They weren't made to lead. Now,
Ouch. You stepping on some toes now, Bolo.
It is what it is, bro.
At first you was okay, and now you stepping on some toes out there.
Okay. Everybody has listen, some men weren't made to lead. There's some men that should not lead. You just can't say because you have a rod that you're qualified to lead. That's not the qualifications of a leader. It's not. Just because you have a penis, that means you lead? No. Just because you're a man, that means you lead? No. It doesn't mean that. There has to be more qualifications to it than just that. And that's the problem. You got dudes that don't have the qualifications of being a husband or a father, being husbands and fathers.
Right.
You're not interviewing right, women. And how can you interview right if you haven't been trained to interview? This is why the scripture says, let the elder women teach the younger women. The women that did it right, let them teach the younger, and vice versa. The men that get it right, let them teach the younger. We have a whole lot of dudes that have not made it to the NBA, a whole lot of dudes that have failed at basketball trying to give basketball lessons, opening up basketball schools. And you should not be doing that. You should not. And that's the problem. The problem is we don't want to slow things down and say, you know what? Maybe I jumped into something that I shouldn't have jumped into.
All right, well, Brother Bolo, you're right. You're right. But I don't know how long Willie's going to be around, man. But Willie Dean wants you to address something. And I don't know if you could tell me whether you able to address it or not. He says, Bolo, address Tyler Perry in a dress, preaching Bible verses, please.
Okay. I know you want to get out of here. I know you have a chance.
Oh man, take your time. Take your time.
Okay. So I'll give you the Brother Clarence answer, and I'll give you the Bolo answer. The Bolo answer is going to be real straight to the point. The Bolo answer is the devil teaching devils. Period. Demonic teaching demonic. That's what it is. The blind leading the blind. That's what it is. You have a man that does not know the scriptures, does not understand the scriptures, okay, in front of a pulpit, laying hands on T.D. Jakes.
Wow.
Same dude in front of Joe Osteen's church.
Wow.
Okay, who does not understand. These guys give you stories. They're good motivational speakers. That's what they are. They're motivational speakers. Let me tell you what happened to me in my life. A person that rightly divides the word of truth is going to tell you Bible and chapter, verse, Bible, here's a chapter and here's the verse. This is what it means. That's what it is. And that's how it's supposed to be. You can't have anybody just willy-nilly walking in and saying, okay, let me give you the word. It doesn't work that way. Does not, just because you went to school doesn't mean that you're the right person to do it. There's a lot of people that go to college and get degrees and then say, you know what, I just don't want to do this. This is not for me. This is not for me. But to keep us blind, right? And to keep us emotional, especially black people.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever seen that movie, They. I don't
What's
know
the name of it?
They.
They. I'm not sure.
About a black family that moved into a white neighborhood in, I believe, the 40s or 50s. Yo, it's like a 9-episode series.
Okay.
In the 8th episode, Brother Clarence, the 8th episode, it shows you a pastor. I think he was like maybe a Catholic. He was leading his flock of people, and they couldn't find water, right? So they were questioning, you know, whether he was the right guy to lead. So this black family comes in, and their wheel broke. So they asked, yo, dude, can you help us fix the buggy? And they were, you know, they didn't want black people in the neighborhood. They didn't want black people here. So what he said was, listen, okay, we need a ditch dug because we need to find water. If you can dig that ditch, we'll fix your thing, and it's an even trade. So he digged the ditch. So as they were sleeping at night, he heard the white people arguing with each other about whether this man should lead or whatever, because we can't find water. So the black man said, listen, I might be able to help you. I think I can help you find water. Went into the ditch. Lo and behold, he finds water. Finds the water. Long story short, the reverend is about to, the black guy says, okay, it's time for my family to go. And they're like, nah, we ain't letting you go. You staying here. So she was able to, but I'll just get to the point. The point of the matter was the devil came to this pastor and said, this is how we're going to get people, meaning black people, but this is for everybody at this point. This is how we're going to get black people. Keep them emotional, keep their hearts broken, and that's how we'll be able to control them.
Okay.
He said this directly. Directly. And how are they controlling black people? Emotional. Black and white situations.
Definitely.
We shoot each other every day. Where's Black Lives Matter? Nowhere. As soon as a white man shoots, everybody is up in arms. The Al Sharptons, all of the thieves and snakes come out from their rocks and come out and start talking. But we shoot black people all day. Drug dealers are shooting each other all day, selling drugs to each other. Where are we on the corner saying, nah, y'all not doing this no more? But when a black man gets shot by a police officer, now we got an issue. Now we got a problem. Now we got an issue. This is all about keeping us emotional and not understanding who the Father is. Once you're able to get your emotions in control and understand that this is not about women and men, black and white. It's about righteousness and wickedness. That's what this is about. Once you're able to understand that, now you can sift through the branches, but we have to get to the root. Princella is a branch. That's all she is. The manosphere is a branch. That's all it is. We need to get to the root. Listen to the day and age that we're in, where a woman can sit there and say, we don't need men. But if someone busts into her damn door, the first thing she's gonna want is a man to protect her if she ain't got no
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
If Stella's laying up with her shorty and she hears noise downstairs, you know that the chick that the chick that's supposed to be the female in the relationship is gonna look at Princella and say, "You better go downstairs and handle your business. You the leader."
Yeah.
The vibration you get, you can't. And here's the beauty of God: you can't get out of the dynamic of masculine and feminine. You just can't, right? When it comes to human beings, you cannot. You can have a gay relationship. One man is going to be the feminine. The other man is going to be the masculine. You have a lesbian relationship. One woman is going to be the feminine, and one woman is going to be the masculine. You cannot get out of that dynamic. Someone has to lead. And here's the thing: for you to be a leader, you need to have a masculine vibration.
Agreed.
A feminine vibration is meant to be led. It's meant
Agreed.
to support. That's what it's meant to do. Support the masculinity.
Well, let me ask you something real quick, man. Let me ask you something.
Yes.
Do you think that most females are looking for, even if they are capable of leadership, most females are looking for someone who can lead or who can guide them to get the things done that they want to get done? Do you think that most females, regardless of whether they're capable, because a lot of the females are capable of making leadership decisions. I think a lot of them are, but they've been placed in that situation. I don't think that's a natural order for them to be doing that, but they've been placed in a situation where they have to not only protect themselves, they have to make decisions for themselves. They've been placed in a situation because of the fall of man away from God's order, right? So, but do you think that, because I feel like most women are, but that's how I feel. What do you think, man? What do you think?
I believe that there are women that are capable in leading in certain things. The beautiful thing about a king is he didn't know everything, so he had counselors. He didn't know everything about military. He didn't know everything about the budget. He didn't know all these different things, right? He had counselors. So if my wife is better at math than I am, guess who's doing the taxes? She is. If my woman's father was a mechanic and she knows her way better around a car than I do, guess who's fixing the cars and giving tune-ups and changing the brakes? She is. Now, I will aid her in the aspect of picking up the heavy things, but she's going to give me direction because she knows this. That doesn't make me less of a man. I think that's a thing that men are afraid of, letting women who know certain things better than them lead that thing.
It's the competition, brother. It's the competition.
It's the ego. It's not competition, because if she's good, listen, what makes Michael Jordan the greatest basketball player is not that he was the greatest at any one thing. He was great at everything. See, when you look at Stephen Curry, he's the greatest three-point player. You know what I'm saying? When you look at LeBron James, he's the greatest talented player ever. When you look at Kobe Bryant, he's the greatest second coming of Michael Jordan. But when you look at the original, he wasn't the greatest dribbler or the greatest three-point player. But when you put someone, that's why when you play 2K, Jordan is always at 99. Because he was the greatest at everything. Okay? No man is going to be the greatest at everything. Then why do we need women? We're supposed to grow, right? Bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. We're supposed to grow together. So there's going to be some things that I lack that she's going to be able to fulfill or to be able to sustain in me, and vice versa. This is where we need each other, right? Because if I did everything, why would I need her?
Good point.
Wouldn't need her. If you've seen that movie Lucy, as she got closer to godhood and using 100% of her brain, she didn't need men. What did she tell the dude? He said, "Why do you need me if you could do all these things?" She said, "Before I get to the top, I just need to remember." So I think I know men are afraid because that ego is so strong. That pride is so strong to say, "Yeah, my woman does my taxes. She knows math better than me." My woman does the mechanic. She's better than me. My woman cooks better than me, so she does the cooking. My woman does this better than me. Men are so egotistical that they're egotistically driven, right? And knowing that doesn't make you less of a man, my G. What it does is it makes you a prudent man. And there's a difference, right, Brother Clarence? A lot of us men are not prudent. And what does that word prudent mean? I want to give you the definition, and I don't want to make nothing up. So, here at Bolo TV, we look up words up on the fly.
Y'all look up words on Bolo TV?
Yeah, we look up words. Because don't lead nobody wrong, and a lot of our men are not prudent men. It's not. A lot of the men, they operate through emotion. They operate through lack of understanding. Like when you and I talk all the time, you speak about that. These brothers are destroyed for lack of knowledge, right?
Yeah.
So, I'm getting the word up for you. I'm getting it up.
Yeah, man. That's all right. While Brother Bolo is doing that, you guys might want to go over there to Bolo TV and take a look and just hit the subscribe button. You want to go over there and check him out, man. I'm still trying to go through a live stream he had on Friday.
It was awesome.
Now, he don't know how to work a computer, but
I might not be that good.
But he's a good brother. He's a good brother. That's what we got to rest on, y'all. He's a good brother.
I hope. So the definition of prudent. Right?
Definition of prudent.
Prudent. It's a person that contemplates or prayerfully considers actions before taking it. This means that we think about and are led by the Holy Spirit in our decisions. Now that's the biblical, right, definition of prudent. Now when we look at Merriam-Webster's dictionary on prudent, it tells us this: that prudent is a man or person, is a person that characterized by arising from or showing prudence, right? In management, through management or practical affairs. Okay, so what does that mean? That means that if I know that I'm able to do what this is, I'm going to find someone that can. Suggest great understanding of people and of situations and unusual discernments and judgment in dealing with them, knowing how to speak to them. So again, our men are not prudent. Our men do not know how to delegate a leadership. They don't. They don't know how to say, okay, wife, you know how to do this. I need you to handle this, that, and the third. And then, just check in with me. Just let me know what it is so that I'm in the know. That's what the counselors did with the king, right? Here's such a the king didn't feel less of a man. If my woman does something better than me, damn, that's one less thing that I have to do. How about that?
Right.
There are women that are great at leading at certain things. Again, when you have these men that are hurt, especially, their egos are hurt, and there's a difference between confidence and ego, they're going to stifle that one. Because ego is something that is generated through the outwardly, right? Your car, your jewelry, your clothes, your sneakers, your shoes. Confidence is something that you build within yourself, right? You messed up it, and you build your confidence up to get better at it. So their ego is hurt. So they stifle this woman. So this traditional woman who came into the relationship as a traditional woman, because you stifled her, now you turned her into a modern woman. What's a modern woman? Selfish, right? It's about her. Right? I'm going to get mine. You turned it into that. And how did you turn it into that? Because of your inconsistencies and your inadequacies. You projected your lack of manhood on her. So, yes, can women lead in certain aspects of things? Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. I got one more question for you, brother.
Okay.
This is a big one.
Okay.
But I want your opinion on it, because we say a lot of times You guys said over there in the village, we said here that you need God in your life. You need God in your life. We need God. We need more God. We need more God-fearing men. What does that mean, man? I mean, in other words, if I say that you need God, what does that look like? What does that mean? Because a lot of our young brothers, man, they don't know what that means. What does that mean that I need to have God in my life? Do I need to, what am I, like, how would my life change if I was a God-fearing man as opposed to the man I am right now? I'm a good dude. I think I'm a decent dude, but I don't need all that God in my life, because that may cause an issue. But I think that's the bad information that they got.
Absolutely.
How would they be a God-fearing man? What would that look like? What would that entail? How would they make the transition from where they're at now to being considered, quote unquote, a God-fearing man? How would they make that transition? What would that transition look like?
The first step to it would be humility. It would be to humble yourself, to know that you don't know everything, right? To understand that there is something out there bigger than you. See, what God teaches us is this, that control the controllables. What does that mean? That means that everything that Bolo can control, he will do his best to control. Okay? Anything that's outside of my hands, I leave that in the Father's hands. I can't control Brother Clarence, so I don't try to. I don't rack my brain on trying to figure out how to control Brother Clarence. You dig what I'm saying? So I lead in the spirit, in the aspect of, I want to deal with a man that's honorable and that has integrity. So when I find that in Brother Clarence, then we have the same type of foundation. So we're going to move in the same way, right? Now, he may have a different way of doing something. I might have a different way of doing something. But at the end of the day, 2 + 2 is going to equal 4. So it's all about letting go of your ego, dealing with your trauma. A lot of the times that I speak, when I counsel men, specifically men, and they said there is no God. God comes from a pain. In fact, yesterday's show, when you get further deep into it, Mandrell came up. And, he was, how he talks. I was looking for you, Bolo, last Testimony Friday, and you wasn't here, and this and that third. That's why I'm here now, brother. Let's talk. Even though I wanted to end the show at 3:30, we wound up ending it at 6.
That's how I go.
So, he was just speaking from the perspective of hurt. He told you the story where they tried to court-martial him for saving someone's life. When he was over fighting the war for our freedom, right? And the Lord tells us, and you know this, that we have to listen so that we are able to respond, right? And the Lord picks certain words, right? Respond doesn't mean react. React is knee-jerk. There is no thought process to reacting, right? But respond takes thought, to actively listen to what he's saying. So his problem is not God. His problem was the pain. You see what I'm saying, Brother Clarence? His problem was the pain. And when we spoke to the pain, like, your brother, I understand, but you have to understand the bigger picture. The bigger picture wasn't about what the man was stopping you from doing. What was the test in that situation there was, what would you do with those insurmountable odds against you? Would you step up and save that man and that child and that woman from what was going to happen? And you did. So it was a test to you, a testimony to who you are, a testimony to you understanding who you are. The Lord needed you to realize who you are. That if it comes to it, you are ready to risk your life for what is right. Okay? So now you have a system that is created that tried to put you in court martial you. So now you're saying, then how the hell is it that God would let that happen to me? Well, this is the situation. This is what happens when you turn away from God. Not you specifically, but the world. Right? This is the world without God. Now, again, the Lord is sharpening us. So we have to get through our pain and our trauma so that these men can understand who the father is. He also said that his father came back, or he was something happened with his father where I think he came back from deployment, I think, and his father was healthy, and his father was in a car accident and taken. How could that happen? I want to know. Why should I serve a God that could take my father away when I needed him?
Yeah.
I couldn't answer that question. I said to him, brother, listen, I have the same question. My son was taken from me. I have the same question. I ask him every night, and I'm waiting for the answer. I haven't gotten it yet. As soon as I get it, I'll give it to you. Maybe it might bring you some solace. But let me say this to you. I read to him First Thessalonians, I believe it was, where the Lord said, all those that sleep, he said, be reassured. Be reassured. So I'm telling you this to reassure you. All those that sleep will arise in Christ. So you will meet these men and women again. Now, I know that doesn't answer the question right in front of your face, why? But this is the answer I did give them. Sometimes things have to be removed from you in your life for you to become the man that you need to be.
Oh, man. Ouch. Ouch.
Yeah. I had to come to that realization when I lost my mom, bro.
Yeah. Me too.
I had to come to that realization. And again, after going through depression, and there's levels to it. I think I was like at a level 3. I wasn't deep, but I was deep enough to get lost, right?
Yeah.
But I realized that my depression was wrapped in selfishness, in the aspect of I want her back. I don't want to feel pain. I. It wasn't about what she was going through. My mom died of cancer.
Oh man, sorry to hear that, brother. Yeah.
Thank you. So when you realize that it's wrapped in that emotion, a moment of clarity comes to you and say, yeah, you're a selfish dude, man. And you got to deal with that.
Yeah.
You got to deal with that within your body. You got to sit there and go, damn. Now, again, you wrestle with it. Every day I wrestle with it. But there's a balance, right? There's a balance. So once I was able to see the light, so to speak, it was easy for me to commune with God.
Right.
So to these men that don't believe that there's a God, there's a plug in the plumbing. We got to figure out where that plug is. Right? And everyone is going to be different. Some is going to be molestation. Some is going to be, lack of a father. Some is going to be whatever. We got to find that. So that's where, and you said this to me the other day. I don't know if you remember. I told you I was tired. And you was like, well, Bolo, this is a long fight. Because it takes a certain type of man to want to know a person's problem. Doctors don't want to know your problem. Doctors will come in. You should be sitting with a doctor for at least an hour or 2 every time you see him. Because a doctor needs to know your history. He needs to know your past, your thought process, so he can understand where this pain is coming from. These doctors don't come in there. So what's hurting you? Your back? Okay, here, take this pill for the pain in your back. All right, bye. You got the next person. See, but you and I, we have to sit down and talk to these men and talk to these women and talk to these children, and we can't help but take on the pain that they feel. Because how do we connect if we don't? We're not robots.
Right.
We have to.
Right.
And that's time staken, my G. That's time staken away from your family, away from you, away, most of all, from you having peace in your mind.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm saying? So this is not an easy task that's asked of us.
Yeah.
I say it all the time. So to those men that need to find a father, we have to find out what's plugging their plumbing, what's stopping the flow. And the Lord gives us that discernment to be able to maneuver in those different ways to say, okay, this is what it is. So let's address this. Because again, a leak is different from a fire. People think that if a leak will not just stay where it's at. A leak will trickle down into the kitchen, into the bedroom, and it will do all of it when you find it. What do you think anger does? Anger is a leak. Anger doesn't just stay because your mom died. Anger is going to go into you dealing with your wife. That anger is going to go into you dealing with your children. That anger is also going to go into you dealing with your work. That anger is not going to stay compartmentalized. It doesn't work that way. It will filter into other aspects of your heart and your life if you do not deal with it. This is why you can't rest on that pain. This is why the Lord says, do not rest on your anger. Because the next day you went to sleep angry at Brother Clarence cleaning up the dishes in the thing. The next day you wake up, you angry at him because you know he didn't mow the lawn the other day. So with the brothers that say, you know, there is no God, this is what I will say to you. Just in simplicity, what keeps the earth safe? Who keeps the earth safe?
Good point. Good point.
Who created this firmament around the earth that filters out all the radiation from everything outside? Everything outside of the earth, the radiation kills you straight up. But somehow this firmament was created with the right amount of photosynthesis so that we're able to breathe with plants, bees pollinate, so that we're able to have food. All of these things working together. Who keeps that in order? Who keeps gravity? If there was a little bit more gravity, we would be flattened. If there was a little bit less, we would be floating.
Right.
Who keeps this thing in order? This isn't by mistake, it's by design. And when you see their eyebrow rise, that's all I needed. All I needed was you to understand that there's something bigger than you. That's it. Now, once you marinate on that, now we can talk, now we can deal. To understand, because man is afraid to know that there's something out there bigger than him. Because every man wants to walk down the block and think he's the biggest thing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, there's someone controlling my breath? Yes. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. There's a lot of men and women that woke up dead today. Why didn't you? The ego in men, even in the way we speak. I'll see you tomorrow, Brother Clarence. That's an egotistical statement.
Yeah. That's a big assumption, right?
Big assumption, man. Lord willing, Brother Clarence, if the Lord allows me, I'll see you tomorrow. So to surmise all of this, the problem isn't that man does not believe in God. The problem is man puts something in place of God. Man shows faith every day, Brother Clarence. When you get into that car and you drive 80 miles an hour, what makes you think your brake pad will stop you? I want your brake line out. Why won't that car jump over the pylon and hit you? This is
man. Why man? Why you got to tell on me, man? Why you got to tell? I'm driving my car 80 miles an hour, man. I thought nobody was looking, man.
Yeah, we have to show man. We have to show man how small we are. And once man realizes how small he is, then he'll realize how protected he is. And once you realize who protects you, then you can give reverence. So once we're able to break down that ego that man has that's wrapped up in hurt and pain, because that's what Princella is doing. Her hurt is now wrapped up in ego. Even the way she sits, the way she dresses like a man. She doesn't
most of the time, yeah, definitely.
doesn't dress like a woman. She dresses like a man. She gives that vibration off of a man. So when another woman talks to her, she feels that vibration, so she submits to that. If she spoke in the dainty voice that she should speak in, a woman would look at her and be like, yo, man, get out my way. I need to go find her. All of these things is decisive, man. You have to understand the psyche of a sick person. They're not stupid. So we have to break the egotistical thought process of men to understand that, there's something greater out there, and you don't control everything. And I think that would be the step to getting them to understanding who God is and us tapping into him opposed to him tapping into us.
Well, I appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you too.
I just wanted to, since I had you over here, man, I just wanted to ask you a couple questions because, like I said, especially about how should our young men be, what should they look at as when they trying to step to God and trying to create that relationship? Why should they, and how is that going to look? And I think you answered that pretty good, man. So you know what I mean. Because like I said, man, a lot of our young men are thinking, well, God is this God that you're talking about. Why he must not exist if all this bad stuff is happening. And we need to be able to break down a better understanding to them than, oh, well, there must be no God just because this, things are happening this way, right? We need to break up. We have to be able to, if we're going to talk to them and reach out to them, we have to be able to break down and answer their questions, right? Otherwise, somebody like Prince Sutter, they can say, hey, you know what? I'm right. Because your people can't even answer these questions, which we can't hear, but of course, she won't never come over here. But anyway, I thank you, brother. I'm going to close up the shop, man. Any last words?
Yeah, man. All those, a person that's dealing with the truth is a truth seeker. And you're always searching for the truth. You're always asking questions. And sometimes those questions may not fit your narrative, but it's the truth. So again, you have to be able to, be malleable enough to understand that the truth may not always be in alignment with what you're rocking with. And sometimes you have to make the adjustments, right? So knowing the truth and saying nothing is just as bad as doing it. Let me give you a story and then I'll get out of here because I know you got to leave. There was a beautiful pasture, large, right? And there was in the middle of this pasture, Brother Clarence, and there was a man sitting on the fence. And on the right-hand side of that fence was heaven, God, and his heavenly hosts. And on the other side of the fence was the devil and his demons. So God says to his heavenly hosts, let's move. And they break out, they handling their heavenly business. And the devil says to his demons, let's move. They're handling their demonic business. Right. So he walks up to the guy on the fence and says, yo, let's go. And the guy says on the fence, nah, man, I didn't make a decision whether to go with heaven or to go with you. And the devil said to him, I own the fence.
Wow.
Choice was made for you. Get off the fence, guys. Get off the fence. I love you, brother.
Love you too, sir. Appreciate you, man. All right, man. Holler at you, man. Woo! That's a good brother right there, man. It's a good brother. Good brother. Good brother. And, if you guys get a chance, go over to Bolo TV in the Village. Check him out, man. Check out the Village. See what it's all about. Also, go over there and check out Bravo TV, the Bravo with Sheila Network. Go check that out too, man. Check out Sheila. See what she's talking about, right? We're not going to rock with each other on every single point, right? He just disagreed with me, right? The naive, right? But I'm just saying, that don't mean I don't love him. No, I love him, and I love the fact that if he don't see it my way, he'll say it, right? That's what I love about all the people around me, especially Rico. Vaughn is the same way too. All of Annie and Risa and Patrice. Oh my God, Patrice. but I mean, all these people, man, they love me, but they not crazy, right? They know I ain't perfect, man. If they disagree with me on something, I just got fussed at by Sister Annie a couple of days ago, right? So I get fussed at too, y'all. You know what I mean? So, but the whole point is, that's the kind of people you got to have around you, man. People that's gonna be honest with you and say, Clarence, yeah, you didn't do this right, man. You should have did this a different way, yeah, right? Or whatever, right? Or I disagree with you, Clarence, on this point. Makes for good conversation, and it keeps us honest. Me and Rico, oh my God, man, we fight like cats and dogs, man. Most of the time, right? Me and Rico, man, we be on the phone, man. I know his wife probably be like, who you screaming at like that? And my wife be doing the same thing. Who you screaming at like that? I'll be like, Rico. And I know he'd be like, Clarence, right? but we keep each other honest by telling the truth to each other. Because Clarence, I don't agree with that. That don't make no sense on this. Or so, same thing with all the people, right? Jeff said, we agree to disagree with love, brother. Yeah, Jeff, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we're not gonna see it all. That's crazy to think that a person is like, you got to make them your enemy because they don't see things your way. Nah, man. Especially when you really look at it, we all have the same goal. And we may be approaching it from different directions, but we all have the same goal, right? And remember, they came and told Jesus, hey man, some dudes up here, they kind of preaching what we talking about here, but they ain't using your name. They coming with some other stuff. What Jesus tell them? Jesus said, that's okay. If they teaching truth and I'm teaching truth, then we'll meet them down the road, right? We will run into them, and then we can deal with it later at that point, right? But the point is, why? Because Jesus' point was, hey, however the truth get out there, let the truth get out there. Okay, so they don't want to put my name on it. Cool, don't put my name on it. But the truth is the truth. If they searching for the truth, they'll find me. It'll lead right to me, right? So, hey, y'all, that's what it is, man. I think we did a good job, man. I think we want to answer the question, is Priscilla right? Do we need a matriarchy? I disagree with that. I disagree with Priscilla is not right in the terms of, do we need a matriarchy? No, that would not help the situation, because just changing leadership instead of changing the value system that the community works with, that's the problem. That is the problem. God is not valued. You know what I mean? In the current value system that this society uses, God has no value, right? So therefore, the only force that could change everything has no value in this society, how things gonna change for the better? They might devolve into something else, like that. It's continuously devolving now, right? What we gonna do, family? I'm all for results. I'm all for solutions. I'm all for results. I've invited Priscilla over here many, many times. I know her people come over here. Hey, you want to talk to Priscilla? What you mean? Go check my catalog. I made many, many videos about Priscilla. I've invited her over here. It's her. She don't want to come over here. That's cool. I can't, you know what I'm saying? I can't force this to come over here. If she really wanted to discuss with me, she could say, come on over here to my podcast. I'm not going to get her because I don't think it makes any sense. And she wants me to stick my into just run and flip it into something else, right? So I mean, that's what she wants. But I get to go here and get to go talk to her. It ain't nothing to do with personal life. Who cares? I don't have nothing to say about her personal life. I'm just saying that's where many of her conflicts come. With just when she talks about her personality, when she talks about her personality. I know Quiet Storm is Queen. Your Queen is coming over here burning us up. Your Queen. Now, it's a lot of rain coming down in Los Angeles right now, so maybe it might be kind of disrupting the city. But Quiet Storm, I invite you to invite her. I invite you to invite her to come over here, right? Let her over here. Let her, see. We're not masochists, man. We're not trying to impose no pain on her, but we got some questions for her. But like I said, I'm a businessman as well, and I understand that would be bad business come over here and get destroyed. That would be bad business. So she's just gonna keep on ignoring us. She'll pick on people like Long and other people out there, man, but she's not gonna pick on us. Shout out to Dale Long, by the way. Shout out to the Swamp King. But we she's gonna go at Daryl and not go and come over to Daryl. I don't think Daryl even had as many subscribers as we had before she came over there, right? She came over there with Daryl, right? But that's because Daryl was treating her in a whole nother framework, right? I don't think she'd ever go back over to Daryl's page today, right? But hey, we'll see. I don't know. But shout out to the Swamp King, man. But anyway, it's a mess. It's a mess. Clarence, you must be scared of Priscilla. How? I have invited her every time I talked about her. I invited her over here. She the one ain't coming over here. She the one. So all of y'all pawns following the queen. Hey, Not me ducking and dodging. Not me. It's not me. I've been right here. I'll be right here. If Priscilla send me anything in writing, I'm going to show you that she sent me something in writing. I've sent her many emails inviting her to come over here and discuss it. If she showed me anything in writing, if she sent me anything in writing saying she's going to come over here, cool. But one reason why she's not coming over here, because I don't have the money to pay her. We don't have the money to pay her. We just going to have a conversation. So she's definitely not coming over here. And then on the second time, why would you come to a place where you know you're going to get destroyed? You know you outgunned. You bringing a knife to a gunfight, right? You're going to get destroyed over here. I understand that. Hey, man, you know, I had no problem with Priscilla. I just disagree with her on a couple things. The first thing is I disagree with her that the children should be inside of this protected area for women who are incompetent. Children shouldn't be in that circle. They should be someplace else. Only women should be in that circle of protection, that zone of protection. Only women. If they want to be lesbian, if they want to be matriculate back into the male-female society, let them get counseling to do that. We're gonna need a lot of counselors in lesbian heaven. Lesbian heaven, that's the one thing she ain't mentioned. Oh, there's no because there ain't no counselors. Why? Because it's her. She's gonna be what you eating off of. She's your tree of life. She's gonna be your tree of knowledge of good and evil. She's gonna be everything. She's gonna be your God. Forget queen, she's gonna be a God. And you ain't gonna be able to make a move without talking to the queen for her approval. But that's lesbian heaven. I don't want to spoil lesbian heaven for you, Quiet Storm. I want you to continue to think that that's a place where you're actually going to get justice, equality, and justice, right? Hey, I want you to, you know what I'm saying? You probably need to go over there and see for yourself what you're going to get when Priscilla is leading you. You know what I'm saying? I see it already. I've seen enough tricksters and hustlers I can see one from 100 yards away. But some people got to get right up on them and let them get right up on their pockets. Thank you, Quiet Storm. No hard feelings. You know that, man. We just talking. But I mean, I'm just saying, you know, if Priscilla really wanted to come over here, I think she would have been here by now, right? I've been after her for about a year. Well, not after her, but I've been, you know, breaking down things that she said for over a year. She ain't never come over with many videos on it. She ain't never come over here. And I know she's seen at least one or two of them. So, but she ain't come over here. But that's okay. No problem. I had no hard feelings on with Priscilla either, man. I hope her life turns out good. I hope, you know, I just don't want her to lie. That is my main issue with Priscilla. Don't lie. Don't hold back the truth. Let the women that's coming into lesbian heaven know what they really get signing up for. Not, you know, oh man, it's nothing but cookies and candy over here. And we got an alpha male. We got one alpha male that for those of you guys that still want to, you know, deal with men, we got an alpha male that can run through everybody. We got select males that come over for breeding. We got select males that come over for just recreational sex. It's great, but it's not great. That's not the truth. None of that is true. The truth is they'll be just as disorganized as her whole philosophy is very disorganized. And that's what's going to happen in lesbian heaven. It's going to be a disorganized situation where she is going to be at the head of everything. And it's just going to be like Nature Boy 2.0, right? Everybody's having sex with her. And those that don't like it, they get pushed out. We've seen this already with Nature Boy. We've seen this already with Dr. York. We've seen this already with David Koresh. We've seen this already with Jim Jones. We've seen this stuff already. Let me bring up Mandrell. Mandrell, what's going on with you, brother?
What's going on, Brother Clarence?
How you doing, man?
I am well, Brother Clarence. I'm well.
Well, yes, what brings you by our humble abode today, sir?
Humble abode. That's rich. You get a platform far bigger than mine. You call yourself humble.
But you know the movers and shakers out there, man. BMU and the rest of them, man. You know those movers and shakers out there, man.
So do you.
That's true. That's true. That is
Yeah.
true. What's going on with you, man? What do you think?
No, well, I saw Princella on a very, very, very few occasions, right?
Okay.
So I can't say that I know her well or I'm super familiar with the platform, but to be fair to her, I've only seen clips of things she said. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But yesterday on Raw B's platform was the first time I ever saw her actually sit down and speak. You know what I mean? In long form format. And the things I saw, number one, Jay Prince should not be talking to any woman about anything ever.
He definitely should have. He definitely should think before he talking. I would give him that.
Right. It's
Yeah,
like
definitely.
good. I was like, good Lord, no, this is the wrong guy to talk to her about anything.
Agreed.
But with Princella, here's what I saw. Okay. There is a tremendous amount of pain in that woman and anger.
Definitely.
Tremendous amount of pain and anger. And that's where all of it comes from. The messed up part of her philosophy, you know what I'm saying? Where, because you hear the saying, men ain't this, men ain't that type deal. She says you can't lead and things like that. That's incorrect because there's tons of men who can lead. And when women ask, well, where are they? They're leading. That's what they're doing. Part of the issue is women don't know how to follow. A whole lot of they think that, they're not taught how to. They're just not. That's a lesson that that's a lesson that little girls don't get as they're growing up. Just like today, and in the past several decades, little boys aren't getting lessons on how to lead, and how to recognize things in people. So, for example, like girls aren't taught how to vet men and choose wisely, what to prioritize in a man, and things like that. They're just not taught these things. So if you go your life without being taught that, and then you run up against a guy who pretends to be a good guy or nice, you know what I'm saying? Or so at first glance, he's everything you ever dreamed of, everything you wanted. But then he does you in, you know what I mean? He screws you over. Okay, 2 or 3 of those, Brother Clarence, and any woman, she's done. You know what I'm saying? So it's because all they keep hearing in their lives, men ain't this, men ain't that. They keep hearing that message. And then when they meet a guy, they're like, well, this was different. No, it's not. This was different. She puts all her love and confidence into him, and she gets not only disappointed, but she's crushed. And I think that's where it came down to. She's seeing all the negative images of black men. Then she's met a few good black men who were just that. And now she's kind of stuck at that point. And now she's unable to recognize true leadership when she sees it, because leadership comes in different forms. Your method of leadership is probably going to be different from mine. And both of our styles of leadership is probably going to be different from Bolo's or Vaughn's or Jeff's in the chat. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Let me ask you something, Andrew. Let me ask you something. If she's had all these bad experiences with all of these bad men, why do you think that why do you think that is one of the chief reasons that would be like that? Like, why would she in particular have all these bad experiences with men?
Again, not taught what to look for in a man. I don't know anything about her background growing up or anything, but I would venture a guess that she's never really saw a stand-up guy or met one. You know what I'm saying? Like men that you and I try every day to be.
Right.
Because you and I understand that, growth should never stop. In a true leader, a true man, your growth never stops. And I've seen you and every man up at you, Bolo, Vaughn, all of you, be humble enough to say, hey, I was wrong about that.
Right.
And you say, hey, I learned something new. I've done it countless times on YouTube, and that kind of humility is a good indicator. You know what I'm saying? But things like that are seen as weak. Why did you give ground? Why did you let him beat you like that? Like, what are you talking? You know what I'm saying? But you hear women say that kind of stuff. They think that the other person won the debate or argument, when you and I would sit here and be like, well, there wasn't a debate nor an argument. It was a conversation. It was an exchange of ideas. Rico comes up here and y'all don't agree on everything.
Never.
You know what I'm saying? Right. Y'all don't agree on it. And it's not a debate. It's not an argument. It's just a conversation, Yeah. But a lot of women are unable to recognize the difference, and they're not taught to. So there's a lot of things in our parenting that we are lacking, and we do our children a disservice by not teaching them this. And a lot of times it's because the parents aren't taught these things either.
Agreed.
That's why good men and good women are so few in number. The women are just jaded. for the most part. For lack of a better phrase, they're hurt, they're disappointed, and they're scared.
Agreed.
You know, and that's where a lot of that comes from. Now, when she gets into that pseudoscience, well, it's scientifically proven. No. Okay, you lost me. I can't talk to her about. I'm not going to talk to her about that because that's just no.
Right.
Just no, brother Clarence. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
You're all the way off the cliff with me on that one. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Just-
But that's
no.
what she has to promote herself as an expert.
There you go.
She calls herself an expert, but she's not licensed,
right?
Certified. She hasn't done anything she would be recognized as an expert by anybody other than people on YouTube that are looking for somebody that is singing a song she's singing. Right.
Right. And people like, but you got all these women following her. The one thing I've seen men not do when it comes to this subject is the one thing that I tell them to do, and they watch me do, and they see me get the results, but they still don't do it. How about you ask them why they're following Princella? You don't know what to fix unless you figure out the root cause. And the best thing to do is ask them, hey, why do you follow Princella? Or ask Princella herself. I wanted to cam up yesterday and ask us because I was wondering why. Where does this come from? I want to know, where does this come from? It was the first time I ever felt compelled to actually say anything to her. Because a lot of times, because I ain't gonna lie, you and us share pretty much the same.
I'm gonna tell you.
When it comes
let me tell you something, Andrew. I'm gonna let you finish, but let me tell you something. As a person, I've been following Princella for a year. I'm gonna tell you, you are not gonna get a good. You're not gonna never get a direct answer from her. She's never, like, if you say, why is this? She's not gonna say, this is the answer to that, Mandrell, and give you a straight answer. And you're gonna say, oh, okay, I understand that. Her answer is always gonna be vague, obscure, and very ambiguous, because she doesn't want you to come back later and say, hey, you said this at this point. How can that be consistent with what you're saying at this point? She doesn't want that to happen. So everything will be vague and ambiguous, so that she can always say, well, she can always twist the meaning later to roll with whatever she's doing currently, right? So if I said this a year ago, yeah, I stand on that. But see, it was the situation at that time, and she'll flip it around. So I'm just letting you know in case you ever do talk to her. All right, brother.
Thanks for the heads up. That's something I noticed too. They're unclear answers, and honestly, I totally think that she does that on purpose, brother Clarence.
Of course. Very smart lady. Very smart lady.
I wouldn't say very smart. I think she's a woman of average intelligence.
No,
However, most people are below average intellect. Therefore, average intellect looks higher than it actually is.
Well, I'll put it like this. I feel like she's very intelligent. I think she's a very intelligent person. Now, emotionally disciplined, that's where I agree with you. I don't think she's emotionally disciplined, but I think she's very intelligent. But you can see the cracks in her emotional armor when she does crazy different little stuff. And I also think there's just a smidge of schizophrenia in there. And so I think all of that together, I think, plus her pain and hurt, that gave us the dragon that we're looking at now, right? Oh, wait a minute, Mandrell. I got Quiet Storm and one of her staunch supporters out here in the chat. Let me see what Quiet Storm says. She said, leaders are responsible for people in their care. If the people you are caring for don't want to follow you, it's because of your leadership skills. I guess we could say that about Jim Jones. I guess we could say that about Dr. York. I guess we could say that about Polite. I guess we could say that about David Koresh. I guess we could say that about many other cults, the LDS that was under Warren Jeffs. I guess we could say that, right? But Quiet Storm, just because you're a leader doesn't make you a good leader. See, you have to be a good leader, has to be able to make good decisions for the benefit of the most of the population. Just because you can get a bunch of people to follow you, that doesn't mean you're a good leader, right?
That's true.
David Koresh had followers, correct? Jim Jones had followers.
So did Jim Jones. Yeah, Jim Jones. Yeah. And the thing is, I'll say this to Quiet Storm. Just leaders are responsible. She's absolutely right. Leaders are responsible for the people in their care. if the people are not coming to, if the people they care for don't want to follow them, that's not necessarily true, because you have some people who are really good leaders that people don't follow, and people can know that they're good leaders but still choose not to follow. Is your choice, but the leader, his duty is to lead regardless. Whoever chooses to follow him, that's who's going to lead, because following is your choice. Like as a woman, if you have a guy or a husband, you have to choose to follow him. It's your choice. That's the power of a woman. You know what I'm saying? You, for example, when they say that men are are in charge of the relationships and stuff. I'm like, no, men extend the invitation to couple with a woman. The woman still has to choose to accept that invitation. Like if a guy approaches Quiet Storm and she says no, that's a rejection. She has a right to choose not to see that guy anymore or talk to him. You know, so that's kind of, for me, that's kind of even. You know what I'm saying? Like who's in charge of the relationship? Who's has access to the relationships or whatever. That's a YouTube talking point that I've disagreed with from day one. It's, you know, it's self-evident. But leadership understands that you can't save everyone. You can't force people to follow you. And unfortunately, Quiet Storm, what you see in these spaces here is a bunch of dudes who don't know what they're doing, don't know what they're talking about, and they just yell at women all day and think that that's going to get to them. No, good leadership looks for personality traits in the people who they're talking to, like following. So you're not going to get to everyone the same way. You're not going to reach them like that. So you have to figure out a way to reach the people under your care. So I might not be able to reach you the same way I reach, say, my sister or any other female. I have to figure out how I can reach you to get my message through to you. And what women are telling these guys in these spaces, that yelling and screaming at them that's not going to do it, dude. But guys do it anyway because they don't know how to lead. I don't I don't understand it, Brother Clarence. Like I haven't seen Brother Clarence yell at one woman yet.
No.
Like ever. I've never seen Bolo do it. I've never seen Vaughn do it. Never seen Rico. As much as Rico yells, I've never seen him yell at a woman.
No.
As much as Rico yells, you know what I'm saying, Brother Clarence? He'll yell at men because that's a good way to reach men. You can reach us that way. We're not focused on the tone and stuff. I'm focused personally on what are you saying? What's your message?
But
so
Mandrell,
but the thing is, these guys don't know how to talk to women.
But see, Mandrell, they're
guys not leaders.
But they've been told that, hey, you know, women are the same. We're all the same. What you would do with a man, you should do with a woman, and it should work because we're all the same, right? Even women don't believe that.
Right? No one should believe that. No one should believe that.
But they continue to push that narrative that everything, women are equal and they're not equal in how they do things. Now they should be treated equally by the law and by the virtues that we try to live by. They should be treated equally based on their behavior. But as far as them being equal, we know that. But see, this society lies to us and tells us, men and women are the same, right? If I punch a man, I should punch a woman. Well, sometimes you got to, put your hands on a man and he ain't even put his hands on you yet, but you see it's imminent, right? Sometimes with a woman, you don't have to be as aggressive with a woman. You can just kind of hold her down, right? But they try to make it sound like we're the same, and we're not the same. So that's why these guys get confused, Mandrell, because you brought up a good point. But
it's the nonsense of these spaces, man. You can't you cannot treat a woman the same way you treat a man. You can't do that.
So. It's not.
No, you cannot, man. Like there's been plenty of times, Brother Clarence, where I've done this on purpose. I've seen guys on panels yelling and screaming at women, right?
Right.
Yelling and screaming. I show up on a panel and I speak to them. You can see the woman's demeanor, mood, tone of voice, everything just calm down almost instantaneously. And it was in my delivery. With women, you do, as leaders, you do have to worry about how you deliver your message to certain people, chiefly women. You want to talk to a woman, your delivery matters. It does. It doesn't matter what we think. It doesn't matter if we think it shouldn't matter. You should be focused on the message. No, that's not how you reach women. Not by yelling and screaming. You know what I'm saying? Your delivery matters. Yeah. You want to get your message across. So you have to ask yourself as a leader, which is more important? Me trying to shove this down her throat, or me or her understanding and absorbing my message.
You
Do
know
I
what
want her
that
to get the message? So you have to focus on how to get your message to her. And if that means you have to discipline yourself to be calm when you talk to her, like my lady right now, she could be fighting mad. I don't raise my voice. I don't raise my voice. You know what I'm saying? Because I want her to hear me when I speak to her, and I want to calm her down as much as possible. You know what I mean? That's just what, like my mom. She could be fighting mad. I don't raise my voice. You know what I'm
You better
saying?
not. You better not,
Well,
Brandel.
yeah, there you go. Exactly. Better not at your mama, especially mine. Nope, don't.
Yeah, no.
Because mine, they kind of like, I don't care how old you are.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That's my
Get in here. I got to bring this.
right. I don't care how old you are. Yeah, that's my mom, right? But
Man, my
yeah,
mama
like
was
even my sister and I don't argue. We don't fight. We've never been the fighting and arguing type. You know what I'm saying? Especially with one another. But when the times she has get mad, I just talk to her with a regular calm voice. She gets her emotions out. I let her do it, express herself. Then I just talk, and then she calms down. There's a certain way you do have to handle women, and it's different from the way you handle men. You cannot be so aggressive with women. You cannot. These guys simply don't get that.
Let me tell you something, man. That's a good point. And let me tell you where it's going to really pay off for you. Where it really pays off for you is in marriage. That understanding will really pay off for you in marriage. Because see, right now, if you're a single guy and you're dating a girl and, you holler and scream at her, you can leave and go home. When you have to sleep with somebody.
Yeah, you got to sleep in the same bed.
Messing
That's
with.
Different.
You got to eat with somebody that you've been messing with. And you got to ride around. You got to do non-sexual activities with them. Right. And they just see this was one of the things I disagree with Kevin Samuel. He said, hey, man, if you make enough money, you should do whatever you want to do. There's no wrong for you if you make a certain amount of money, right? And I said, no, because what you're going to do, see, that's obviously a person that hasn't been married. Because when you're dealing with a married woman, she might take it for a year. She might take it for 5. She might even take it for 10. Some of the better ones might even take it for 15. But eventually, man, you keep stoking that fire. You know what I'm saying?
You're going to get burned.
You're going to turn up on Forensic Files, right?
Yeah.
You're going to turn up on American Justice or something, right?
She going to end up on an episode of Snapped.
Or Snapped, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where, they like, man, you sitting there eating this soup, and you like, honey, why you ain't eating the soup? Oh, no, that's okay. I don't need to eat the soup. I enjoy watching you eat it, right?
Right. All of a sudden, it switched up.
And
she ain't hungry that night for some reason.
But next thing you know, you in the hospital, right? She been watching you, and next thing you know, they say, hey, you know what? We got to tell you something, man. Bro, see, it's arsenic, rat poison, and, lye in this soup. Something you got, man, somebody's giving it to you. Only my wife is feeding me. Uh-oh.
I don't know if she's still in the chat, but if Quiet Storm's still in the chat, understand this, Quiet Storm. These men, 99.999% of them in these spaces are not quality men. They are not leaders.
I would agree with that.
It is a whole lot of followers, a super abundant. Understand, they say men should be leaders, but a lot of men, they can lead certain things in certain areas, but they're not actual leaders. What I mean by is you have some people who are just leaders, and the rest of them, they just have utility. You know what I'm saying? These guys don't even know how to be in a relationship. They don't even know how to speak to a woman, let alone know how to be in a relationship or a marriage or lead anybody.
Agreed.
So don't let these guys in these spaces be your representation of what men and leadership is, because it's not. And you got two gentlemen right here on this panel telling you this. It's not.
And let me say this. You brought up a good point, right? You brought up a good point. But why are most of the men on social media not good dudes or not, very productive? Because the productive dudes don't need to get on YouTube. They don't need this space to feel good about themselves. Everything is they already got things working in their life the way they wanted to. It's only the dudes that ain't got stuff going on that's going to come here and complain about it. We all got problems, but they're the ones that going to come here and complain about it, not really looking for solutions, right? And then some of us are coming here to reach out. We know there's a lot of hurt people. We're trying to reach out to the people that's here. Right. So I just wanted to cover that, Mandrell. Go ahead.
Not a problem. But yeah, like I said, yesterday was the first time I actually sat down and listened to her in earnest. You know, to be like I said, to be fair to her. But I saw a lot of pain, a lot of anger, you know what I'm saying? And a woman who's just fed up. And I was talking to Scam Likely about it over the phone. I was like, she's too far gone. It's too late. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's too far gone. She's over the edge now. That's done. It's gonna take a whole lot.
Agreed.
To bring her back. I mean, it's gonna take a whole. I'm not saying she's unredeemable. I'm just saying she's too far gone to reach her in any conventional means. It's gonna take a lot of effort.
Agreed.
You know, and a lot of like you have to show receipts and a lot of them. You know what I'm saying, to change her mind about these things. But I'm with you. Like, hey, she's grifting. I said that before. She's obviously grifting. Yeah, she's making her money, selling her books, and she has, you know, so she's saying what she got to say to sell her books. I'm like, fair enough. Sell your products. I ain't got no problem with that.
Me either. Yeah.
I mean, I don't like a lot of your message here, but you know,
well, she's a liar. She's a liar, and that's the problem I have with her, is that she lies. Some of the things she said makes sense, but then most of what she's saying is she fabricates stuff that she heard other men say. She refabricates that and puts that out there as her thinking. And
yeah, it's like she takes something that a few guys did and just slaps it on all men. But and it's like the fellas in this, particularly in this space, they act like they don't understand that. Okay, these women, why do you think there's so many women with the same complaints about men and having the same experiences about men with men? There's a problem there. There's a problem with us too. Like, there's a lack of leadership, lack of integrity, lack of morals, you know, lack of chivalry, you know. And they say chivalry's dead. Well, you're not supposed to give up. If you are a chivalrous man, you don't stop. I'm a chivalrous man. I had to tell, and I tell women, I'm going to open the door for you. I'm going to pay for dates. I'm going to do there's certain things I'm going to do. So just accept them. It's just a part of who I am. You know, you can ask me not to open the door or whatever the case may be, but understand I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
You know, if you're a chivalrous man, you're a chivalrous man. How many women reject it? Because I've had a woman wholesale tell me not to do it. I don't want you to open the door for me. Why not? I don't like it. Well, understand, this is where we're gonna bump heads. These are things that I do.
But let me ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
Did you continue to date with her after she said that to you?
We went on 2 more dates after that, but it was over. But after she told me that, I knew it wasn't going to work. But to be fair,
that was my point.
After she told me that, I realized
that.
Yeah, when she said that, I was like, "Yikes!" You know what I'm saying? Where are your standards at? Because that made me think. I was like, "Wait, where are her standards at then?"
See, Mandrell was still trying to rock that body, even though he saw it. Now that was a good point to prove how most men get in trouble. You think you're going to climb that mountain and get over it safely? No, nothing.
No, it didn't work. And the thing is, yeah, after she told me that, I knew then. Right? Yeah, this ain't gonna work.
But she looked good though. So I was like, maybe I'll go out and date it again. Maybe it was a fluke. Maybe she was feeling bad.
Yeah, maybe it's something she never. Yeah, maybe it's something she never had, but done. You know, let's see if she likes it. Let's get.
Yeah,
let's let her try
it. Right?
Yeah. And then you're like, nah. But then she said some other crazy stuff. I was like, yeah, no. That's when I was done with it, Brother Clarence. When the other crazy stuff started coming out, I was like, yeah, no. I can't do this. Right. That's when she got the phone call. I don't think, and I was like, yeah, I don't think that this isn't gonna work for me.
This ain't gonna work.
Yeah, that's when she got that phone call from me. This isn't gonna work.
All you young men that's listening to us, did you hear what Mandrell said? That is what you say. This isn't working for me. That's what you say. You meet them at a public place and you say, this isn't working for me. Thanks a lot. I appreciate you. And I hope that, your life goes well. But I know that, me and you are going to be at odds if we continue this situation. So I don't want to do that. I think you're a nice person, and let them down easy, man. I'm telling you, boy, you walk out of that place after you let them go, you're like, yes,
Yeah, you do. Actually, he's right about that. He's right about that. He's actually, Brother Clarence is right about that. That was my feelings after the fact too. I was like, yes. Oh man, I was thinking, man, that could have been ugly.
Yeah, yeah. All right, man, Drill. I got one more question for you. Then we're gonna get up out of here, man.
Mhm.
Okay. Do you think, based on your understanding of what you've experienced females, because you sound like a man of experience, man. When you talk, I don't feel like this man Drill full of bullshit, man. He ain't ever been with a woman. I feel like you're a man that's had experience with women, good and bad, just like the rest of us. So you have a central view of what you would think about women. So let me ask you this question. Even though there are some women that feel like this, because Priscilla says we should change from a patriarchy to a matriarchy, right? And so do you feel that, because I asked Bolo this question, do you feel that if men said, okay, we're going to stay home and be the house dads, we're not going to go to Congress, we're not going to go to the Senate, we're not going to go to the presidency, we're not going to build your skyscrapers, we're not going to build your indoor plumbing, we're not going to build your electrical outlet, electrical systems, we're not going to build your gas piping, we're not going to do none of that. All women can do that. All of us as men, we're walking off our jobs and we're going to be house husbands. Do you think most women would want that?
No.
I can't get a yes to that question. I cannot get a yes to that question, man.
You might get some, but no. Most women, no.
Why not?
Most women know.
Give me a working reason why that would be a no. Why most women wouldn't want that to happen.
Most women know better. There are certain things that men have more aptitude to accomplish and do than women are. Women don't want to be construction workers. That's why there's so few of them. If you're speaking in the general, they don't want to be police officers. They don't want to do hard stuff that men have to do. Again, that's why there's so few. And if you're speaking in general, women don't want to do that because they understand, no, not when I can come over here and do this, that, and the other, which is not so hard. You know what I'm saying? And women of other races know this because they're raised to recognize and know it. They're raised to recognize these things and know these things.
Okay.
Our people, here's the thing, with women's complaints, their complaint is not that men aren't good at it. It's that there's so few men who do it. And
do what?
Who do their job as men. For example, and it comes from the lack of male presence in children's lives.
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying? So women are raising these kids on their own, and they're raising the men that they're complaining about because they don't know how to teach a boy to be a man. Just like men, Brother Clarence, if you got a daughter, you don't know what it is to teach that girl to be a woman. You can teach her what your idea of a woman is, but to teach her to be feminine, demure, graceful, but also strong and confident, you don't know how to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like if I had a daughter, I wouldn't have a clue. So you need a good woman's presence to teach her to do that. You need a man's presence to teach a boy to be a man and to show a young girl what a good man looks like. Like that's what my sister, people are like, why aren't your sister married yet? She keeps running into too many of y'all niggas. That's why. My sister knows what to accept and what not to. We had a father in the home and a whole gang load of uncles. You know what I'm saying? We have a lot of uncles. So we were taught these things. So my sister knows she can recognize real leadership when she sees it. She even points out to me, you're going the wrong way with that. You know what I'm saying? She has my back. If she sees me going the wrong way, she'll tell me,
Right.
So that's support. So my sister is a very, very strong support system. Whatever guy snatches her up, he's going to have a great one. A great one. And someone like that needs to be protected. That's why I'm so protective of her. Yeah. I recognize not only is she my kid's sister, but I recognize her value as a woman.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the thing, dude. Women know. That's why they're complaining, because they don't see a lot of black men being men of integrity, leadership. Because look at how many men fall for the pennies.
But see,
Yeah,
that's the
oh
thing.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? They see the weaknesses of us, but they don't see the strengths. Because
That's the
if you're
thing.
growing up in a single mother home, there's no man to teach you masculinity.
Agreed.
You know, because masculinity isn't toxic. It's not toxic. Masculinity protects, it educates,
Right.
it guides, it leads.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It takes care of it. It's
Right.
all good things. So there's no such thing as toxic masculinity. You see an overly aggressive jerk. You know, you see an overly aggressive jerk, but he's not being masculine at that moment. If he's beating his
Right.
woman and acting crazy, you know.
Right. But they have done a good job. People like Princella have done a good job connecting masculinity to obsession, and
Yeah.
therefore they can say they have transitioned it. It's like out here in Los Angeles, right? We had a new mayor, right? Shout out to Karen Bass. We got a new black female mayor, right?
Mm-hmm.
The first thing she did, and what's always been an issue in Los Angeles, is the homeless problem. The first thing she did was change the name from homeless to unhoused. That's the first thing she did when she got in office, the unhoused. Now she's already done something about the homeless problem. She's renamed it. So now there ain't a lot of homeless, there's a lot of unhoused out there. See what I'm saying? Just the syntax that she changed it to made it appear like something was done in a positive way, but nothing really was done. You just changed the name of these people, right?
Exactly. That way it can look better on paper. How many homeless do you have?
It's not a you can't use homeless as a talking point anymore.
Right.
Because now we're dealing with the unhoused. And if you call them homeless, you're being what do they call that? Disrespectful, right? So now you can't even call them homeless.
You're
It was a
bullying.
very brilliant plan.
You're bullying, brother Clarence. You called him homeless.
I'm bullying. Yeah, there you go. That good point. I'm bullying them, calling them homeless, right?
Right.
Because at first we used to call them bums. We used to say they bums,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I grew up calling them bums.
They said you can't call them bums because you're bullying them. You're disrespecting them, right?
Mhm.
So you have to call them, they're just homeless. So they went from bums to homeless. Now they went from homeless to unhoused, right? But they all the same situation. It's all the same situation.
Right. You ain't changing the situation. You know,
I agree.
I had such high hopes. I had such high hopes for Gavin Newsom right before it was a little before it was right when he first became lieutenant governor. Lieutenant governor, okay. Now he's governor. I'm just like, well, what happened to that one? But now you got him and you got that mayor over there. I'm like, good Lord.
Well,
man, brother Clarence, y'all in for it.
The problem with Gavin Newsom is, and for those of y'all that don't know, Gavin Newsom is the governor of California right now. And so the problem with Gavin Newsom was that his wife was embroiled in this big thing where his wife got all these, when he was coming out of being a lieutenant governor into being a governor, his wife got all these contracts from all these school districts all over California where they made like millions of dollars off of this program that she created. And that was not disclosed on their taxes. So they did a lot. They was going through that. Plus, his wife, ex-husband was some football player. So there was some contention there. So they had a lot of different issues going on, right? Because that's his second wife. That's not his first wife. So they had a lot of issues going on, and still got a lot of issues going on with commingling and like I said, that one of the biggest issues is that situation with his wife and the school districts out here in California where they were paying his wife a service fee and all. It turned out to be millions of dollars, and they never disclosed that his wife was the head of that operation. So he was fighting a lot of different stuff, and he had to bow to a lot of pressure when certain groups put pressure on him to do things. He had to bow to that pressure. Anyway, that's good. But hey, shout out to Scam Likely. Scam, we about to get out of here, man. We can discuss this later. I saw you yesterday, man. You was trying to talk, but I fell asleep on it, man. But shout out to everybody, man.
Yeah, because
okay,
Gavin had dirt on him after that, and but you got guys in these spaces who are like, yeah, and his wife put him in a situation. It was his wife. But here's the thing: they'll say this, Brother Clarence. I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't prove anything. That doesn't help the situation. What is it? It doesn't matter if his wife, his wife put him in that situation. Fair enough. But what is he going to do to get out of it? That's the question. But no one looks at that like at all. I'm like, okay, the woman put him in the situation. Now let's look at how Gavin gets out of it. You know what I mean? Like that's what we should. That's what the men should be focused on. Like, how does he circumvent this situation? How does he work his way out? What does he do? What does he say? You know what I mean? That's how you learn critical thinking skills. Now, how did he get out of his? You have to connect dots and think. But these guys in these spaces, that's what I was telling Quiet Storm. Don't let these guys in these spaces hit you with these ridiculous statistics. Okay, and I'm not saying the statistics don't have some kind of merit. They do. But don't let these guys in these spaces be a representation to you of how all men are. Because we're most certainly not.
For you, Mandrell.
Oh,
Storm has a question for you. She says, by the way, Scam, okay, I don't know what's going on. Maybe me and you need to have a talk, man. But okay, it looks like you're here now. So we got you. But Quiet Storm says, Mandrell, how would you both feel if a black woman was elected president? If we replaced Congress with 80% of women and 20% men, how would you feel about that, Mandrell?
I mean, I wouldn't feel one way or the other towards it. I'd be indifferent. I mean, because it's politics, and I know what politics, I know what politics are. So I'll be indifferent. However, the only thing I would think about and my concerns and worries would be how would the rest of the world look at it? You know what I'm saying? Because America is top dog and has been since the 1940s. And we remained there by having to do some things that are not very ethical.
Agreed.
Not good at all. But if you're on a world stage and you're operating on the world stage and you want to be top nation, stay there. You have to do those things in order to stay there. And, I wonder, are they up to the task? Are they competent enough? And not because they're women, because I think this way with every politician, male or female, that's running. That's why I didn't vote for neither Biden nor Trump in the last election. I voted third party. I just couldn't vote for either, but I did vote. I just couldn't vote for either one of those candidates because I would hold them under the same microscope and scrutiny as I hold any other politician. I don't give a shit about your gender. Can you do the job?
That's it. Okay, so Quiet Storm, let me answer that question. How would I feel if the black woman was elected president, if she was qualified, and she demonstrated that she had the know-how to do the job properly? I wouldn't have no problem with it. How would I feel if we replaced Congress with 80% women? As long as, like I said, same thing with the president, as long as they were qualified and as long as they demonstrated they had the competency to do the job, cool, no problem. Right? No problem. Right? What about, and 20% men? Yeah, as long as let's get rid of the 20% men if they're not competent, right? So we got a system for getting rid of incompetent people in Congress, right? Incompetent presidents, right? Shout out to Richard Nixon, right? Bill Clinton, right? We got ways of getting rid of people, right? So let's just, I think it'll behoove us to not make it a men and women situation, because I think that's what Princella is making it. And so I think that's why you come over here with that question, because what would we care if the women were competent that got put in the positions? I don't think the average man wouldn't care, right? Like Scam said, hey, the best candidate available, regardless of gender or race, let's put the person in there, right? That's what we need. But Princella's the one that makes everything about gender. She's the one that says, oh, men. Is it raining? Oh, that's men. Oh, man, Gerald, do you have flat today? It's because of men. Oh, did the TV cut out? It's because of men. Now, see, I'm here. The power went out earlier in the show, right? You know why? You know why I came back on, Mandrell? Because there of men built relay systems that will reroute the way the distribution of the power. In case it goes out in one place, we can reroute it another way. And that once that one service station goes off, that relay will click on and reroute that power, right? So you might feel a second of it go bzz, and then it come right back on, right? But a man invented that, right? A man invented that relay system, right? So we need men. We need women too. I'm not saying we don't need women, but we need men. We need men. So to move men out of the way and say, well, we just got to take all men. I'm telling you, women will be the ones suffering the most if every man just decided one day, hey, look, we all decide together, we walking off the job, we gonna be house husbands. Y'all got it. Who's gonna build your skyscraper? Who's gonna when you drop your keys down in the elevator, who's gonna get that elevator up and get down there and get some keys? Who's gonna build your skyscrapers? Who's gonna build your health gyms in your houses? When you get caught in that fire and you 5 stories up, whose arms are you gonna jump in? A woman? Who you want to carry you out of that 5-story building on that shaky, rickety ladder? A woman? I'm sure it's a woman or two that can do it, but most women gonna be looking at, hey, what you sitting there up here for? Hey, go back down and get Bruno.
Exactly.
Get Bruno back up here, right? She gonna drop me, right?
It's like, let's be reasonable here. Like I said, let's be reasonable here, okay? Now it's like full well you would prefer a man to do certain things. There's certain things in life you would prefer.
Of course, but let's hey Mandrell, let's answer Quiet Storm's question. Then we gotta get out of here, y'all.
Okay.
Quiet Storm says matriarchy would be more balanced. Women are more inclusive. That's why I asked the question. Okay, I'll go first, and then I'll let Mandrell answer his question. Okay, so because Mandrell can obviously answer for himself, but my position is on the matriarchy. It doesn't matter. A matriarchy would be just like a democracy. It doesn't matter who you install in leadership if the values of the value system of the community is warped. What differences does it matter who you put in charge? A matriarchy would just be women in charge of the same warped system. What I'm telling you is the system has to be changed. The value structure has to be changed. That way, everything will change on its own, and it will seek its own level. But if you put women in charge of a broken system, of an evil and wicked system, there's just going to be new faces in charge over the store. You just took the other people out of the store and put new people into the store, right? That's my belief. But there's never an issue with us, at least here. Now I know the manosphere, they think differently, right? They're like, well, me He-Man, me woman, we were He-Man woman haters club, right? But that's not us how we think over here. And most of the guys that come over here, they don't think like that, right? As Mandrell is demonstrating, right? But I'm gonna let Mandrell answer that question. Mandrell, what's your answer?
Well, matriarchy is not more balanced. It's not at all. Matriarchy and patriarchy, they're equally balanced. They both have the same value and weight. That's why it takes 2 people to raise a child. That's why you need 2 healthy people to raise a child, a well-rounded child. Matriarchy has its place, just like patriarchy does. Just like I said earlier, you need the kids to see a woman who's soft, caring, nurturing, demure, graceful, elegant, but at the same time, strong, confident, aggressive when she needs to be. You need a boy to see, you need a little boy and little girl to see that, just like you need a man who is masculine, competent, confident. You know what I'm saying? you need them. You need that guy in the house so those kids can grow up seeing this. You need both matriarchy and patriarchy. You have to have both, because if you don't have both, then it's imbalanced. Women are more accepting, yes, but men are more protective. You'll accept people, but then you need the man to point to watch over those people and say, "Hey, see that one there that you let in? Yeah, that one can't come, and here's the reasons why." You know what I'm saying? Like, he'll recognize things that you may overlook as a woman, and because he's in his mode of protection, he'll warn you about these things and keep out the bad apples. You know, because one bad apple will spoil the whole bunch. But he's there to protect you from that. So you have to have both. It's just like when you have any organization and it's just all men or all women, it don't really work right. You know what I'm saying? If like men would come home from work and then like their wife, people like, but the wife cleaned up, she cooked and everything else like that. Yeah, but that man had a hard day at work. If he had to come home and cook and clean for himself too, he's just a big ball of stress. And the only time he gets rest is when he sleep. However, if he has a wife to take some of that load off his back, he can relax and decompress. Just like with a woman, she's cooking and cleaning all day, yes, but she ain't got to pay the bills. She ain't got to worry about that. Each part has its role to play. And once you're in sync, there you have the balance. Like when it comes to politics and leadership, we have women in politics, you know what I mean? And because if you have all women, your politics have a tendency to get too soft, and other nations are going to challenge you. Are those women going to be more apt to deal with those kinds of challenges? That's the question you have to look at and be honest with yourself about. I'm not saying the ladies can't do it, but who's more likely to succeed in that kind of challenge? That's what you have to really look at. Yeah, America's done some pretty horrible things, and we got a lot of stuff wrong, but we also did a lot right too. Everybody wants to come here for a reason.
Yeah.
A
lot of opportunity.
Yeah, a lot of opportunity. So my thing is, you have to keep it in mind that you do need both, no matter how you shake it, no matter how you think about it, no matter how you look at it. You have to have both, and both are equally valuable.
Agreed. But that's what I don't get about how they say this men are this or this. And so this is what it boils down to, that protection is going to be a number one thing, right? You can't do anything if you can't defend and protect yourself from anyone else, right?
That's why Africa, Brother Clarence, that's a very good point. If I may interject, you know that Africa is the richest continent on the planet. We all know that, right? But if you took, here's what I learned in the Army from being there myself in Africa. It would only take 3 countries in Africa to kill the US dollar overnight in the blink of an eye. If just 3 countries in Africa were to do this, they combined as one nation, right? And make their own currency and have that currency's value weighed against their resources.
Right.
Oh, every currency on the planet is done. Period.
Right.
Over in the blink of an eye, overnight. The problem is you have countries who are willing to do that. The problem is, what army do they have that's good enough to defend it? They can't. Yeah, they can't defend it. So what's to stop America, the United Kingdom, and Germany from coming in there and just wiping them out? They can't defend that. So I mean, they have no choice but to make business deals, and that's why they haven't. Yeah, that's why they haven't done it. It's like
no. I'm saying who says that U.S. and Germany and all these other groups haven't gotten together and put this stuff down already, right?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly. But if they have the ability to do so, but they have to be able to defend their position, and they're not strong enough to do that. It's not because of women, Quiet Storm. It's not because of women. I'm just illustrating the point.
But you have to be able to defend yourself. About women, though. I'm going to say something about women.
Go ahead.
This is where the major issue and difference between men and women. When those invaders, when 100,000 of those invaders are lined up to run in and destroy and take over the village, and they're out there on that line grunting with their spears, women are not going to line up on that other side of that line. By and large, they're not. It's men. Men are going to be the ones that get out there and line up on that line and defend against the invaders, defend against whoever else wants to come in and you know, the I forgot the name of those things, but you know, the people that want to come in and take over, right? Men are going to be the one lined up. Why? Because it's another issue that she said that the nuclear family is nothing, but the nuclear family is the backbone to why men will stick together and come together and line up on that line and fight those invaders, where women are typically not going to do that in mass numbers. So I just wanted to put that out there, man. There's a lot of things. We're different. We're different, but we're the same, but we're different. All right, man, Gerald, let's get some last words, man. Let's get up out of here. Let's get some last words. Thank you, Jeff.
All right, no problem. Thank you for having me, Brother Clarence. Appreciate it. I love being on this panel, man, having these kind of conversations. But to the ladies watching, especially Quiet Storm, do not let these cavemen in this space and these cavemen and barbarians and Neanderthals in this space be a representation of what men and men's leadership is. Don't do that, because it's not. They're not. They might as well be grunting and screaming, grunting at you and barking at you, because they sit here barking at women all day. No. These are not the men that you're looking for. You wouldn't date one of them, not one. And you know it. So these are not the men that you're looking for. Why waste your time arguing with them? They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what leadership is.
That is a good point.
Yeah.
Why do they waste time arguing with those knuckleheads, man? I don't understand.
Yeah, don't waste your time. Do not let this be a representation of what manhood or masculinity is, because it's not the manhood nor masculinity. Okay, so that's my thing to the ladies. To Priscilla, whatever she's been through in life that led her to where she is, I gotta admit, I do feel bad that she had to go through that. I really do. It's a crying shame.
Yeah.
That a woman goes through that, and now this is how she is. It's just like, yo, okay. And then the fellas want to argue with her about it, but not one of them asked her why. And it's one thing I tell guys all the time, and it's something I taught my sister. Like, listen, whenever you go, you
Mandrill. Oh, you muted yourself, Mandrill. Mandrill. I don't know, man. I don't know what happened to you, Mandrill. You got muted, man. Maybe you got some. Maybe you out here in Cali and you got some of this rain that we getting hit out here. We're getting pretty hard with a nice little windstorm out here in LA. So maybe Mandrill's out this way visiting or something. But yeah, man. Y'all, I mean, a lot of you women, y'all will assume we're all like the manosphere. The manosphere is like 0.001 of men. We really, but a lady like Priscilla can use the manosphere's talking points to promote her own agenda.
You hear me now?
Now I can hear you, brother.
Okay, yeah, my mic was going out. Yeah, just like I said, ladies, don't let these Neanderthals be a representation of what men and masculinity are, because they're not neither men nor masculine. They don't know how to lead clearly, and you're right to challenge them. When they say you shouldn't ask them questions, you should. You have a right to challenge their leadership and their manhood. Otherwise, how would you know? And also, I'll tell you this: those guys didn't ask Priscilla the one question I wanted to ask her. I wanted to know why. Why is she the way that she is today? What happened to lead her to that point? Because if you don't have the why, Brother Clarence, you don't have an answer. And there's no way you can understand anything if you don't know why it is what it is.
Agreed.
So my thing is, why is she the way she is? That is going to help me understand her. You know what I'm saying? But from what I saw, there was a lot of pain there, man. Somebody did something.
Oh yeah, man. She got
it ain't all her fault, man. She got there somehow, and it ain't all her. You know what I'm saying?
She got done wrong a lot.
Yeah.
She consistently picked the wrong people to be around. Definitely.
And I say, like, she probably wasn't taught, just like most women. They're just not taught how to pick good men. They're not taught what to look for in men. You know, what to prioritize when looking for a mate. People aren't taught this. You know what I'm saying? So of course the ladies are going to make mistakes. Of course they are. No one taught them.
Right.
You know, so I think we should. I think it'd be a good idea if you did like a live on that. I think Scam Likely and I are trying to put something like that together. You know what I'm saying, on his channel, and have that, and we're gonna have that conversation. You know.
All right.
But
tell
because
us
people,
when,
yeah,
and I'll promote it. You know, tell us when,
okay,
we'll promote it over here.
Because I think that's the thing that people are missing. They don't know what to do, and these people are looking for answers, especially ladies. They're looking for answers. All they know is Pencella's experience, what Pencella's saying about men. It reflects on their experiences that they're having with men out there. That's why they resonate with her message so much.
Right.
You know, so if everybody having the same experience with men, well then fellas, you gotta start looking at yourselves and asking, what the hell are you doing wrong?
Yeah, but you know, the manosphere keeps telling them it's not your fault. Doesn't matter.
Right. It's the woman's fault. Right.
It's not you know, these single mothers are popping out of nowhere, having all these immaculate conceptions. We know there's a man somewhere, right? You don't get to single motherhood on your own, right? So there's a man somewhere, right? But that's the manosphere thing. Quiet Storm, we're trying to get out of here. Let me ask you this question. Let me see, Mandrill. Maybe this might be for you too. There's no way a woman can vet properly. Let me repeat that.
She said, "There's no way a woman can vet properly."
You absolutely no way.
Quiet
Shout
Storm.
out to the Great Pill Wait a minute. Shout out to the Great Pill podcast.
Yeah,
by the way.
shout out to Great Pill.
Okay,
but the Quiet Storm, you certainly can vet properly. You just haven't been taught how. You and most women have not been taught, especially, but I'm talking about particularly with Black women. Most of you have not been taught how, and that's because the people who are raising you, they weren't taught how. And the people before them were probably not taught how either. So the cycle goes on and on and on. However, that's why I say it is our responsibility as men. That's why Scam and I are trying to put this live together. It is our responsibility, even though we don't want to do it, to at least put the information out there so people would know what to look for. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, because he and I are two people who just kind of fed up with it, and we take it the manosphere as a joke because it is, you know.
Definitely, it's a room for little boys to sit down and lick each other's wounds.
So I'll let you know when we finally get it together and get ready to go live, so you can announce it and probably join in if you want. You know,
hey man, I always take a good invite, man. Well,
yeah.
All right, big brother. When's the next time we can see Mandrill on the Big Picture or on BMU's network? When can we see you again?
My sister and I are putting together a final show for Mandrill and Shushu, and Big Picture. I'm working on either Tuesday or Wednesday. There's a guest I want to have there, and I'm trying to work around his availability. So probably either Tuesday or Wednesday, you'll see me over there. I'll do a live.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where on the Big Picture?
On the Big Picture, yeah.
Okay. All right, man. All right. Thank you for coming up, man. Appreciate you, man. That's Mandrill. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. You always welcome.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
All right, man. Oh, cool. All right, y'all. That was Mandrill. Who did I have on today? I had Bolo and I had Mandrill today. Pagoda, don't even think about hitting that. Don't even think about hitting that link, man, because we are getting out of here. Bolo said, where's his invite? Mandrill, if I bring Bolo, hold on, let me bring Mandrill. Mandrill, if I bring Bolo, will you guys kick me out? Oh, Mandrill got off. All right, I'm gonna bring Bolo, man. Let me see. But Bolo, we road dog together over there, man. If they kick us out, they kick us out. Hey, wait a minute, we don't want Bolo up in here. Or they might even say, hey, we don't want Clarence up in here, right? Are you gonna say, yeah, you right, Pagoda, man? You better start laughing, man, because we're about to get out of here. I've been saying that for about 2 hours. So we're gonna get up out of here. We're gonna get up out of here, man. No answer means yes, Great Pill. All right, we'll see. For about 2 hours. So we gonna
yes, sir. Why are you gonna do me like that, man?
Do you like what?
What you mean? They gonna throw you out. You don't get a special pass when you come in. Special pass.
We get a special pass, man.
VIP, my
We got VIPs. We go in the back door.
On the back door, baby.
Right.
Back door all day.
Brother C, brother Bolo. We here for the festivities.
Come on, son.
And they're just gonna look at our cards and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, brothers. Go right in."
You might slap somebody just for asking too many questions.
I
know you gotta go. All right, brother. Love you later.
I love you too, man. That is a good brother right there, man. That's a good brother, man. Oh, Clarence, why you saying that? You just caping for Bolo? Because, man, I'm telling you, man, if y'all knew the behind the scenes dude, you guys are just seeing the front person, man. I'm telling you, man. If you actually got to know, it's like when I met Patrice, man. She was better in person than she ever was on live, man. Better. And the same thing with Bolo, man. Good dude, man. Good dude. All right, y'all. We got to get out of here. Nobody hit that link. We're getting up out of here. I'm just going to say my little piece, and then we're going to be out of here. I did want to address Quiet Storm. She said there's no way that a woman can vet properly. That is erroneous. That is wrong. Of course, there's millions of women that are vetting properly, that are having stable relationships with good men. Of course, what's happening to them? Oh, Clarence, they just got lucky. No, you don't just get lucky in today's world. You got to be about it. See, but the not only the church, but all these religions, the moms do it too, man. They say, wait on God. Wait on God. Well, what they should tell you is work with God. If you're looking for a good man, you got to work with God. Don't just sit down and pray to God that a good man will find you. You have to get up and be somewhere where a good man is going looking for a woman. Right? You got to be places where good men are. And then you got to vet after that. Right? Why do you think white women marry so many rich men? Just proportionately as women. White women, because they taught, man. They taught in college. While you out there partying hard, doing the butt, while you out there doing the butt, white girl's mama's telling her, hey, go to the law school and act like you on that jury. Pretend, they always looking for people to pretend like you on a jury. Go over there and pretend like you on a jury. Why, mama? Because you're going to be right next to these up and coming lawyers. You're going to get in that friend circle. Next thing you know, you might not get the first one, but you might not get the second one, but you might get the third one. But you in their circle. Even if they don't jump on it, they might have a friend that's a lawyer that'll jump on it. Same thing when they tell them to go to the doctor and go over to the doctor school. They looking for people to pretend like they got some type of illness so they can work on their bedside manner. Right? Go over there and you get out. See, they determined. They have a plan of how they're going to put themselves in front of men of means. Right? And then they got to go through the vetting process to see if they any good. Just because they're a doctor, just because they're a lawyer, just because they're a six-figure man, high-value man, that don't mean they're a good person. That don't mean they're going to be a good dad. That don't mean they're going to be a good husband. That don't mean they're going to be a good father. You still got to vet after that. But see, I'm going to tell you, Quiet Storm, why you and most women don't vet men properly. I'm going to tell you why. Because you don't feel that another man of such caliber is going to come by, right? And, you got a man that halfway look at you as somebody to stay with. You just say, well, everybody got something going on, right? We so scared to be by ourselves, man, because we've been told if you by yourself, you're an old maid, right? You're a creepy old man if you by yourself at a certain age, right? I wouldn't care nothing about none of that, man. I would just enjoy life, man. If you got to be by yourself, you got to be by yourself. It's better to be by yourself and worry-free than connected to a fool who every time you turn around, man, you got some other issue you got to worry about. That's crazy. That's crazy. But you know what? Like I say, Bolo don't agree with me, but I say competition, man. You've learned to compete for everything, right? Everything is a competition. Who's going to get the best A's? Who's going to get this? Who's going to do that? You Little League, you're going to want to be, competition is good in sports. No problem there. But we done brought it over into everyday life where you have to compete. Oh, I want this kind of woman. So I have to compete with these other guys out here and they have cars, they have big cars. So I'm going to get myself a big and long car contract so that I can pay, 25 or 26% interest on this car that I can't afford in the first place, just so I can get women. So women will think something of me, because I know that women don't want to talk to me. If the women would sit down and talk to you, then you wouldn't have to do all these things to try to promote yourself as this big person. You could just sit down and have a conversation with them, but they don't want to talk to you, right? Because we're in a fast-moving society. Oh, you ain't balling? On to the next one, right? A lot of these women be like, oh, you ain't balling, you ain't six-figure dude? On to the next one. I see them on Kendra G a lot, man. They go on Kendra G, man. They say, hey, I'm looking for a six-figure man. Well, okay. Well, why should, man, what's going on with you? I got 4 kids, 4 kids, 7 baby daddies, and, my credit is at, 300, and, you know what I mean? I'm about to get evicted. But I know there's a good man out there waiting to pick me up, right? Why you ain't with the last man? I don't know. He had a problem because I stabbed him 7 times. I see him on, and men are the same. Y'all see, we had Simon over here. Simon come over here. Hey, I said, well, why did you go on Kendra G looking like you was, unhoused? Simon said, I want a woman to love me for me, right? I want a woman to love me for me. I said, but how's she gonna love you for you when you pretending that you broke bum Dusty? That way she'll love me for me. I mean, just not even understanding, man. Just why do that? Right? Then you know what Simon had the nerve to say? Yeah, I like a woman as long as she's genuine, but you ain't being genuine. Man, we some crazy people, man. We just out of our gourds, man. Shout out to the welfare office, man. Glad to have you in the building. Great person said, dude did the whole video complaining about him being on Kendra G, man. Yeah, man. I mean, man, bless his heart, Brother Simon, man, But the point is, man, he wanted to fool the girl and then all of a sudden say, and now wait a minute, welfare, don't talk about my moderators now. My moderators will get you. Especially I got one, man. I got a sniper out there, man, that she'll take you right on out. You better be cool, man. We don't play in here. But my point is this, right? We just crazy. We just want to lie, but we want somebody else to tell us the truth. And then at the last minute, Simon wants to go, as soon as he gets a woman with her life together, all her shit straight, everything good, and she loves him for him, at that point, he's going to say, ta-da, ta-da, I'm not really homeless and broke. I just was playing that way. Isn't that something? Isn't that funny? What do you think a woman's going to do when she say, well, damn, if he lied to me at this point, we ain't really even serious in the situation. Where else is he going to lie to me? I couldn't get Simon to see it, man. I couldn't get Simon. What? I couldn't get him to see it, right? He was just like not there, man. He just wasn't plugged in. But that's what most men. That's why I agree with Mandrell. We need training, right? Family, we got the training. Go down in the description. If you're watching this on the replay, it's not there now, but go down in the description. I will put our GoFundMe. We're trying to raise 250 racks. We're trying to raise 250 racks so that we can open up a school and we can teach young men, not only in class, but online as well. We got a manhood training called the Emergency Pack, where men can be trained how to be men. You know, these guys graduating, and our demographic is the guys that's graduating high school. Man, these guys graduate high school, they don't know what the hell they're supposed to do. They don't know how to get a job. They don't know how to talk in an interview. They don't have a suit. They don't know where to get a suit. They don't know what to do, man. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to do with a girlfriend. They want a girlfriend, but they don't know what to do with a girlfriend. And they don't know how to treat a girlfriend. They don't know how to treat nothing. They, especially those of them that live with their mama and their mama done gave them everything. They don't know what it's like to actually work for something. Right? Let me tell you about fatherhood real quick. Let me tell you about fatherhood. Man, fatherhood, that is a thankless job, man. That is a thankless job. You got to be a different kind of person to be a father in today's world, because you're not going to get there is no applause. For Mother's Day or Mother's Day, and I'm going to take mom out to do this and do that. They don't do that for fathers. You're lucky if you get some raggedy socks and an old raggedy tie. No, thank you. Thank you for all your sacrifices that you made so that I could be this. Remember Bill Cosby told the old joke, the father is out there and gets the kid in Little League, and the kid does good in Little League, and then he goes on to bigger leagues, and he goes on to junior high, and then he does good in football in junior high, and then he goes into high school, and he does good in football in junior high, and then he goes to college. He gets a college scholarship. Father works with him, get a scholarship, gets all the paperwork signed, goes through everything with him, goes on a visit trips. He signs with a college. He goes through college, does good in year 1, year 2, year 3, does good all 4 years. They win the division championship or even the bowl championship. They come to the stage, and the first thing they say is, "Thanks, Mom." Father did all that work. He said, "I want to thank my mama." Remember Zion Williams? I want to thank my mama. What about the man that got up at 4:30 in the morning with you to train with you every day? But Zion said, "Hey, I want to thank my mama." Right? It's a thankless job. It's you really got to be nutty to try to do it, man. You got to have a different kind of perspective, man, because it's a thankless job. But if you're doing it for the applause and the hand claps, you in it for the wrong reason. You in this business for the wrong reason. The fatherhood business is you in the giving business. What, Claire? Yeah, you in the giving business. You ain't in the taking business. You in the giving business. And are you going to turn a profit? Maybe. 20 years, 30 years later, maybe one of your kids come to you and say, "You know what, Dad, I realized what you was going through, man. Wow, thanks." You may turn a profit. You may get a thank you. But most of the time, nah. They look at it like, "Hey, man, that's what you're supposed to be, sacrifice everything in your life. Everything. You're supposed to sacrifice everything. You're supposed to be, just give everything and let everybody else get over on you. You're supposed to do that. That's your job." Is it? In reality, it is. But the level of hurt you have because you're not getting nothing in return is going to be, see, the mother can say, "Hey, I ain't getting nothing in return. You kids don't like me. Kids don't do nothing for me." And they cry, and they could cry to the kid, right? Kid can say, "Okay, Mom, here, I got you something. Here, let me take you to a Waffle House. Let me take you to IHOP, get you some pancakes, Mom." At least Mom will get that, right? You as a father, you can't cry. "Oh, your kids ain't even listening to me." You can that lose respect for you just like that. You can't cry. You can't do nothing. You got to listen to me. You have to take everything on the chin. Everything on the chin. Everybody else in that house could fold up like a card table. You have to take it all on the chin. Yeah, these pipes are busted, man. It's going to cost $1,000 to get up under there and fix all these pipes. Man, nobody else is going to blink an eye in that house. You got to figure out where you're going to get $1,000 to get them pipes fixed, right? Woman just come in and say, "Hey, I need $300 for this. I need $400 for that. Just put it in my account." You got to figure out where you're going to get that from, right? But if you got the right kind of spirit, if you got the kind of right motivation for why you got into fatherhood, you won't see it as a burden. You'll see it, you'll understand it as that's just what comes with it. Thank yous don't come with this job. Thank yous don't come with this job. There ain't no there's appreciation day, but really, what does Father's Day look like? What do most fathers say? Leave me alone, right? They just say, leave me alone, right? Or if you want to take them somewhere, they want to be back before the ball game comes back on, right? You can take me to breakfast. I don't want you to take me to lunch or dinner. Take me to breakfast. We be back before the ball game comes on, right? I mean, they appreciate your efforts, but they learn that, man, waiting on you to bring them happiness or show them a reciprocity for what they're doing. They know they're not in the business for reciprocity. So you don't have to do all that for fathers. Mothers are the ones that go say, oh, I carried you for 9 months, and this is how you talk to me. Right? Shout out to the mothers. But they can pull that on the kid, right? Father, you can't pull that, man. They can see you have a heart attack and die on the ground, man. They say, poor Pops. Y'all know where the insurance papers are, right? They step right over you. Hey, where's the insurance papers? Mom, they'd be like, oh, God, Mom, I did it. I know. My mother just passed away about 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I was like, man, oh, man, right? My father passed away. I was hurt, no doubt. I was hurt. But I was nowhere close to the situation I was when my mother passed away. I'm still getting over that. I'm still trying to get over that. Because it was sudden. My mother wasn't sick or nothing, man. It was just really sudden situation. But family, is Princella right? If you go over there, those of you guys that keep in touch with Princella, if you go over there and tell her, hey, come over here. Clarence want to talk to you. She know I want to talk to her because I've left communications with her. But for some reason, she turns a blind eye to us. And I know why. No hard feelings to her. I know she's got a business, and I would destroy that business, so I don't want to do that. I definitely don't want to do that. I want her to continue her work because we need to get the women, the type of woman that will follow Princella. We need to get those kind of women in a protected area where men that have sense in their head to say, oh, these women are off limits. Any women behind this fence is off limits. Leave them alone, right? Quiet Storm said, if you cry for IHOP pancakes, it would work for you too, right? Nah, Quiet Storm, it won't. It won't work for me. See, I can't cry for the pancakes because guess what? My sons, they'll look at me crying and say, what the hell is wrong with him? Right? They would say, we're not going to take you to IHOP because you're crying. Nah. See, young men don't look at it that way. You either to be respected or not. That's how young men look at it. Yeah. Now, mom, they give a lot of play for mom, right? Mom, they put in a whole nother category of reverence. Pops, yeah. Either you can make me do it or you can't make me do it. You can't make me do it, I ain't gonna do it. Right? That's how they look at it, right? With us. But it's a thankless job. It's thankless. You got to be really cuckoo to want to be a father in today's society. You got to be cuckoo. You're not going to get an investment on your return right away. You're not. Kid ain't going to say, thanks, Pops. I'm in the 3rd grade, and I realize the sacrifices you making to be with me and be in this family. Thanks, Pops. That's not going to happen. That may happen when they turn 30 or 40, but that ain't going to happen. You're not going to get a return on your investment tangibly, right? But your goal ain't that. But see, that's the thing I'm trying to tell you about fatherhood. Your goal ain't to get that return. Your goal is to get the kid across the ocean, get him across the water, right? And make sure his legs are strong enough where he can walk on his own. That's your goal. We ain't here to have our praises sung. Hey, Clarence, you did a good job. You did a good job. We ain't here to get our praises sung. We're here to do what needs to be done so these people, we make the appropriate sacrifices so these people can eat, so they can sleep, so they can have a roof over their head. right? I think I done bought maybe 6 pairs of new shoes in the last 20 years, right? Maybe 6 pairs of new shoes. That other than work shoes, maybe about 6 pairs of new shoes, casual shoes for myself in the last 20 years. Why? Because my son, man, their needs trump mine. My wife needs trump mine. They need clothes. They need stuff. Their needs trump mine. I want to go do this or that. One of them done broke one of the bunk beds. I got to go buy another bunk bed. I mean, that's the reality of father life. So if you're going to be a father, man, get into the game for the right reasons, man. If you're getting into the game so that you can make sacrifices, understanding that you're going to make sacrifices so that other people can thrive, to give them the opportunity to thrive. Some of them you're going to make sacrifices for, they're going to squander the opportunity. But at least you did your part. You did your part. Anyway, y'all, that's it. That's a little taste on fatherhood, man. But come on and invest with us. We got a nonprofit organization that we starting up. We're waiting for the paperwork to come back from the state of California. And, Urban Warrior Academy Incorporated, man, we try this nonprofit organization. I got tired of working with these nonprofits, man. And, shout out to the nonprofits, man. But they just, the ones I was working with, man, was what do they call that? Grassroots organizations, man. But when they small like that and it's only one person really working, it's hard because everything, they could have something come up in their life and then the plans that you have, man, get derailed 1 week, 2 weeks, 5 weeks. It's just, I said, man, I'm tired of that. And the nonprofits, the ones that get the access to almost everything, right? So I said, hey, let's start our own nonprofit. Let's start our own shit. But F it. Let's start our own nonprofit, right? let's do that, So here we are. We're starting our own nonprofit. If you go into GoFundMe, go where our GoFundMe is, we need 250 racks. What 250 racks, Clint? We need all that money for? Hey man, we want to secure the building. We want to secure the facility. We want to get all the equipment we need because we're going to have half classroom, half dojo, half workout area, right? Where you can work out. Literally it'd be like a half, classroom, half 24-hour fitness. And you could have all the stuff to work out on. We have stuff that young men can do, that we have boxing bags that they can work out all that aggression on. We have mats where they can do the martial arts trainings. And we have the bikes, the treadmills, everything that we need, the pads to work out on, everything that you need to be able to let these young men let out their aggression, right? We could do it, right? And at the same time, we had the classroom part where we could sit them down and teach them how to be a man, how to budget their money, how to look for a job or a career, right? How to how one of our most popular things and this is what I used to teach for the city of Los Angeles. I was a trainer for the city of Los Angeles for many years. I trained new hires. And one class that we had to teach them was called No Means No. And it was a class about, when you're going too far with a woman at the job, right? And so, that's what I'm saying. I'm qualified to do all this teaching. I'm qualified because I've done all this already. I did it for the city of LA. I know what to do. I've been a trainer. I've been in front of hundreds of students, man, teaching them on this No Means No, plus a lot of other stuff. But that was what they let me teach in particular, was No Means No. How to stay out of these situations that you could walk yourself into just running your mouth crazy. Our young men don't know what to do, man. When they get on a job, they see a girl they like her, they just gonna be, hey girl, they're gonna step to her all crazy, right? They don't know how to control themselves. And especially in a corporate environment, now you got the Me Too situation plus the LGBT situation. They don't know. That's why they get fired so much. They're probably the biggest ones to get fired under the age of 25 is young black men, because they just don't know. They go into a job setting, a corporate situation, and they just get destroyed, man. They do some stupid stuff, trying to talk to a girl on the job or whatever, or be romantic on the job. They don't know what to do. They don't know about relationships, how to relate to a woman. They don't know that. They don't have the street smarts. They don't know how to assess when you walk into a room, do an assessment of the space you in. Who's closest to you? Who's farthest from you? How fast does this person appear to be moving? How fast is this person move? Which one of them could do the most damage from the distance they are from me? You got to be able to do assessment like that as a man, right? Right? My wife, I go out, I was with my wife yesterday, right? She's like, oh, this breakfast was so good. And she's talking to me the whole time. I'm looking, man, okay, what if this dude reach out and try to do something? What if that dude reach out and try to do something? Right? But she know me by now, man. She don't even trip on it, man. She just talk over it, right? She not talk around it. But yeah, man, I'm always checking it out because I never know you see that in today's world, there's nobody with a big horns on their head sticking out saying, I'm the bad guys. The people with no horns are the ones not the bad guys. No, there ain't no horns. You ain't gonna be able to distinguish the bad guys from the good guys no more. Because the bad guys are gonna dress like the good guys to fool you. So one of the things you got to do is be able to receive and break down energy that's coming at you from all different directions. It's a process. You got to learn how to do that. When you're in a room full of people, who's the most dangerous person in this room? Who is? I feel like I'm the most dangerous person in the world. Okay, other than me, who is the most dangerous person in this room? Clarence, what you talking about? You ain't dangerous. That's part of my danger is you don't know that I'm dangerous. You see me and you see me moving. You think, man, it doesn't happen, but you get too close. You be pulling back a nub, right? You be pulling back a nub, depending on how I'm feeling that day, right? But I definitely know what to do to cause great bodily injury. I definitely know what to do. And I'm going to get my CCW this year too. Holy smokes. Throw some daggers in there where I can have some daggers. If you ain't a friend, just keep walking. Just keep walking. All right, family. I'm telling all that to say we need your help. I need your help. I got this program. We're trying to raise 250 racks for the equipment to secure the lease and make the renovations and some other things. You could go down to that GoFundMe in the description and see it for yourself. We just want to, it's Black History Month. Let's raise this money, man. So, because you got people like Princella running around saying, ain't nobody doing that. Black men are just no good. They can't be changed. They can't be taught and this and that. And they got to have you got to have a whip and a dog leash to train them. I don't believe that. So, but that's her because those are the type of people that she has sexually selected. So, of course, that's her understanding is based on her own experiences, right? But that is not the truth for the rest of us out here, right? Quiet Storm says, you got good ideas. Young men coming up need guidance. Hope you reach your goal. Thank you, Quiet Storm. I appreciate it, man. And if you can't, what I'm saying, I understand. If you can't donate, hey, just share. Just share this stuff, man. Just share our videos with people, man, because maybe one person might say, you know what, I'm going to try Clarence. I mean, they gave Dr. Umar over millions of dollars, man. You gave Dr. Umar millions of dollars, right? No disrespect to Umar, but you ain't really seen anything. I'm telling you, man, you give me this money, you're going to see it. You're going to see everything we doing, man. You're going to see it. I am not trying to get rich off of nobody, man. I'm a type of dude, man, I would hate the fact that you could bring it up saying, you only got rich off of me. I would hate that. So I wouldn't even do it. I wouldn't even put myself in that position, right? You only got rich off of me because we gave you that money. No, you didn't. I got a disclosure right here to tell you everything we spent that money on, right? I didn't take no money and go build my dream house. You can't do it in California with $250. That ain't nothing. $250,000, that ain't nothing in California, right? I don't even think you can get the land for that, right? But anyway, all right, y'all. Thank you, Quiet. Appreciate you. All right, so we're going to get up out of here. If you can donate to us, man. 503C Corporation. We're waiting for our paperwork to come back from the state of California so that we can start really asking for money. I'm just pre-asking y'all for money to preload it up to let people see that, okay, people are giving to this cause. But I'm going for it. It's Black History Month. Let's do it, y'all. Let's work together. Let's do it. Okay, y'all. The chat was where it's at. The chat is where it's at, man. All good questions. Everybody did a great job today in the chat. Appreciate y'all, man. Everybody did a great and outstanding job. Thank you guys for hanging in there with us 4.5 hours. I tried to cut it at 2, but you know, Bolo, man. I thought I could long stroke. Nah. No, man. We just talk, man. We just talk. But hey, we finally here. Strong performance for the chat. Strong performance for and very solid performance from the chat. Everybody in the chat did a great job. Appreciate all of y'all, man. Okay, today we have Bolo and Mandrell. They both did a great job. If you haven't already checked out the Bolo TV in the Village, go on over to Bolo TV in the Village and check them out. If you haven't already checked out the Big Picture with Mandrell, go on over and check the Big Picture with Mandrell out. Both good content creators, man. Good dudes, man. Go check them out. All right, man. That's it. We are out of here, y'all. We will see y'all. I got to do a stream next week, man, because Patrice was telling me about. She sent me something that she said we got to talk about this, Clarence. So I didn't know if I was gonna have enough time to do it today, so I didn't even include it today. But we might do it on Tuesday or Thursday. All right, so look out for that one, y'all. All right, peace. Remember, if you can't donate, I understand. I've been there, but at least sharing with your circle, that's free, right? That's all I'm asking. If you can't donate, all right, I appreciate y'all. Peace.